Okay, well, we can call the meeting to order and.
Yes.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order. It's 1:35 on Thursday, December 3rd, 2022. The recording secretary has asked me to read an introductory statement, so I'll read that at this time. Any participants wishing to speak via Zoom shall sign into Zoom with their first and last names and identify themselves with their first and last names when they are called upon. If you are a member of the public and you wish to speak, then please only click the raise hand prompt symbol during the general public comment portion of, or the public comment portion of the item you wish to speak on. You will only be called upon to speak during these public comment periods. All panelists on Zoom should mute their mics until they're ready to speak. If anyone is having difficulty hearing the audio through Zoom, it may be helpful to use earbuds. Okay, with that being done, we'll do a determination of quorum. Do we have a quorum, Madam Secretary?
Christina Hill.
Here.
Clay Thomas.
Here.
Lee Lawrence. We don't. Okay, and Brad Stanley.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Should we say the Pledge of Allegiance?
I think so.
No, we can skip it.
We go ahead.
Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Woo-hoo. Okay, the ethics law announcement, Mr. Large.
Board members are reminded that with respect to any matter or any person coming before the board today, you've received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest or commitment in a private capacity, such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship. You must disclose that gift, loan, interest, or commitment at the time the matter is being considered. And you must abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it's clear that the gift, loan, interest, or commitment would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are also reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you had any contact outside this meeting with any persons interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at the meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, the appeal procedure?
And most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-3600 for more information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Thank you. Now is number 5, the general public comment and discussion thereof. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment at this time?
I'm looking for hands, but I don't see any.
Okay, moving on.
No, we have no public. Oh, wait a
okay.
minute. Yes, I do. Oh, no, I don't have the 3-minute thing. Okay, somebody named Seaway. Seaway,
Hello.
are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name's Cheryl Waymack, and I wanted to comment on the Arrow Creek proposal for the indoor pickleball courts. Is this the time to do that?
Yes, go ahead. You can.
Well, thank you. I am a resident of Arrow Creek, and we've been here for about 3 years, and I'm a pickleball player. I'm also an ex-district ambassador for the United States Pickleball Association, where I served as a pickleball district ambassador in the Central Valley of California. So I have some experience in pickleball that is absolutely a great sport. The problem with here in Reno, of course, is the weather. And for us to participate year-round in pickleball, we need indoor pickleball courts, which Arrow Creek is here to request being built. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you what a great sport it is. Not only the senior community enjoys it, but it's a sport that can be practiced and participated in by all members, young and old. It's a family sport, but we are weather dependent. So these indoor courts would allow us to play in the wind. They would allow us to play in the snow and the cold and even the heat in the summer. So I just am here to vouch for the pickleball courts at Arrow Creek and say, please, please let us have our courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other further public comment?
No further public comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item is possible action to approve the agenda. Can we call for a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Secretary, I move to approve the agenda. That's Clay
Is there a
Thomas.
second? Yes. Hi, Clay. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay, so that motion carries. Possible action to approve the October 1, 2020 draft minutes. I have one tiny little typo regarding the minutes that I'd like to just correct. It's on the bottom of page 3 of 6, and the second to last line. It says, does that decrease the amount of space they can use? It says us. There needs to be a U E there. That's the only correction I have. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. The minutes passes. Okay, the next item is a consent item.
Madam
Is
Chairman,
eight-
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
Mayor Chairperson, I apologize. Well, you need to call for a vote on the item, even though it's been first and seconded. Call for a vote.
for the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, back to item 7, possible action to approve the draft minutes. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Stanley.
Aye.
Great. Okay. Any nays? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next is the consent item 8A, extension of time request for special use permit case number WSUP 18-0007 T-Mobile Lighthouse Baptist Church. Do we need to just take a motion on whether we want to pass this? Since it's a consent item, it's my understanding we don't have to discuss it.
I was waiting for
Mr.
Mike, but that is my understanding as well. If no discussion is necessary. So let me know if you want me to read the description. I can do that, but otherwise you can simply vote on it.
No, that's okay. In the interest of time, I think we'll just go ahead and see if there's any discussion between the board or any public comments on this item. Madam Secretary, do we have anybody wanting to comment on this item?
No, we don't. No comment.
Okay, does the board have any discussion regarding this item? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion.
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I'll make the motion.
For approval?
I'll approve, yes, I'll make a motion, and it's, I move that the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve the 2-year extension of time request until October 8th, 2020 for special use permit case number WSUP 18-0007 for T-Mobile / Lighthouse Baptist Church, subject to the attached original conditions of approval, having made the findings that the request for extension was made in writing prior to the extension date, and that the original findings remain valid, and that the circumstances have not appreciable change since the original approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I'll second it.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you, Brad. And let's vote, I guess. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. That's the next item. Public hearings. Number 9, the Board of Adjustments may take action to approve with or without conditions, modify and approve with or without conditions, or deny a request. The Board of Adjustments may also take action to continue an item to a future agenda. The first item is 9A, variance case number WPVAR 20-0006, Reynolds front yard setback reduction. This is Roger's project. Can you give us a lowdown on this, Roger?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. For the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Planning. But if I may, I think we should begin with the reading of the case itself. Perhaps Secretary Lloyd would care to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just bring it back up. All right, for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve a variance to allow the reduction in the front yard setback of 20 feet at 2 locations at the front entryway area to a setback of 9 feet, 10.5 inches to facilitate the enclosure of the front entry and deck, and at the garage to a setback of 7 feet, 5.5 inches in order to facilitate the expansion of the existing garage from a capacity of 2 cars to 3 cars. So representing Washoe County is Senior Planner Roger Pelham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd. Again, for the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Planning.
Roger, can I stop you 1 second? Chairwoman Hill, if possible, can you ask for any disclosures from the board members?
Okay, do we have any disclosures from any of the board members? Brad? No? Okay, seeing none, can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am going to go ahead and attempt to share my screen here. Are you all seeing a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. This is a variance request to reduce the front yard setback at 2 locations. It is WPVAR 20-0006. Those 2 locations would be for expansion of the front entryway and expansion of a garage from 2 cars to 3. The subject site is located in the Tahoe area plan. As you can see on the vicinity map here, this is Lake Tahoe down here, Lakeshore Boulevard here, and then Ponderosa Avenue, and here in yellow is the subject site. This is an overhead photograph of the subject site. I would note that a portion of the existing deck here at the front was built actually into the public right-of-way, and quite a bit of the house was built within the front yard setback. This really is simply a function of probably, relatively poor surveying, several decades ago. You should now be seeing an overall site plan. There's a yellow area in the middle. That area indicates the area within which building can be done. That is to say, that's within the building envelope itself. There are 2 blue arrows indicating the 2 new areas that the applicant is proposing to expand within the front yard setback. For expansion within a setback, a variance is required. You should now be seeing an elevation here with the 2 areas that are proposed for expansion highlighted in orange boxes. I would like to take a moment to talk about variances, maybe as they are different than other types of discretionary actions that this board often sees. Variances have a very high level of review. That is to say, there are very stringent standards that must be met. These standards are required by state law, by NRS 278, and come into our code essentially verbatim. For a variance to be approved, the applicant has the burden to prove that there is a special circumstance that create a hardship. Those special circumstances are limited to only the following: narrowness, shallowness, or shape of the specific piece of property, exceptional topographic conditions, or other extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of the piece of property. What I would like to emphasize is that each of these requires the special circumstances to be related to the piece of property, not necessarily the built environment, not necessarily perhaps characteristics of the applicant or perhaps their convenience, but rather the property itself. Should such a finding be made, then the board must also make several other findings, and I'll touch on those briefly later in my report. So what I would like to do is go through each of the characteristics of a special circumstance. The first of these is exceptional narrowness. The minimum lot dimensions within the medium density suburban zone in which this parcel is located, minimum lot dimension is 80 feet. Pardon me. This parcel is approximately 139 feet in width. This parcel is not exceptionally narrow. Exceptional shallowness, again, minimum lot dimension being 80 feet. This parcel is approximately 174 feet in depth. This parcel is not exceptionally shallow. Exceptional shape. This parcel is essentially rectangular and is not exceptionally shaped. I'm going to pause for a moment. Are you looking at a slide now that shows the outline of the subject parcel?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is a little difficult, so I'm just trying to make sure we're staying together here. Exceptional topography is the next characteristic. There is slope on this parcel from the low end by Ponderosa Avenue to the high end behind the house. However, there's a large area in the middle of the parcel that has been essentially graded flat during previous development of this parcel of land. That area is essentially shown in a bit of a, I suppose you might say, oval-shaped blob in yellow. Is that showing up to you now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Because there is that flat area in the middle, particularly behind the current garage and sort of to the northwest of the current garage, there are no exceptional topographic conditions that inhibit the construction of a third car garage. Now, I am, from this point forward, going to address the garage and the entryway variances slightly differently as sort of two separate evaluations. So finally, the last characteristics that may be considered a special circumstance is extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of the piece of property. Staff has been unable to find anything that is essentially different about this parcel of land that creates a hardship. So no, there are no exceptional or extraordinary situations or conditions. Therefore, given the findings required by code, strict application of the code, that is to say setback requirement, is reasonable. In addition to this, there are other options that exist for this applicant to increase their indoor parking from 2 to 3 cars. The first would be to simply take this, the proposed third car garage and move it a little further north. That would put it inside the required setback area. They could also add on to the rear of the existing garage. The area behind the garage is essentially flat. And finally, there are posts within the garage that hold up the part of the house that's above the garage. Those posts could be reconfigured. Specifically, the Citizen Advisory Board asked the applicant's representative whether they had looked into those other options instead of coming forth with a variance. And the applicant's representative said that they had not. Now, I'd like to talk about the entryway as perhaps slightly different in evaluation than the garage itself. A strict reading of the code could certainly lead someone to an evaluation that the same analysis applies. There's nothing physically particularly different about the evaluation of the expansion of the entry as opposed to the expansion of the garage. However, there are a couple of things that may come into play. Again, may come into play based upon your discretion and your evaluation of the characteristics of the site. The first of these is that part of the entry decking was built into the right-of-way, and if this is approved, that's actually going to be pulled back into the parcel itself. Okay, so that's certainly coming closer to conformance with code. While again, a strict reading would say that that's not a characteristic of the landform, perhaps in the broadest reading, it might be. And then the other part I would say is an enclosed entryway is simply a benefit in the Tahoe area. As we are all well aware, Tahoe area gets a lot of snow, a lot of weather, and a covered entryway can be considered a safety benefit. Now, the fact that there's snow, a lot of it every year, is quite frankly the same everywhere in Tahoe. So again, we're really looking at this as a reading of perhaps the area is a little different than other areas of Washoe County. That being said, staff was able at least to come to a recommendation that perhaps we may be able to see some special circumstances with those things sort of put together as it relates to the entryway. And in the end, a covered entryway is a safety benefit. I would like to anticipate a question from the Board of Adjustment, and that is, was the applicant informed early in the evaluation of the likelihood of a recommendation of denial for this variance request? And the answer to that is yes. I actually spent quite a lot of time on the phone with the applicant's representative, went through these findings of fact on several occasions. We had some very robust conversations. It was my recommendation to the applicant's representative that they speak with their applicant and that, frankly, that they withdraw the request and try to redesign within the setbacks, because I felt pretty early on that there was simply no obvious hardship on the land that would bring me to a recommendation of approval. I have said this before and I'll say it again. It is my opinion that it would be bad customer service to this applicant not to have given them that evaluation as early on as possible. Onward to public notice and the Citizen Advisory Board. This has been noticed properly, 38 affected property owners surrounding. This was heard by the Citizen Advisory Board early in November. The CAB recommended that the applicant reach out to surrounding property owners and sort of see what their thoughts might be. But they also expressed concern that there may not be a hardship that would sort of allow the approval of a variance request. This project was sent to all appropriate agencies. Any comments that were forwarded to us have been included in recommended conditions of approval. Should the Board of Adjustment find that there is special circumstances applicable to all or part of this request. Pardon me. Finally, I'd like to go over the remaining required legal findings of fact. We have spent quite a lot of time on special circumstances. I'd like to go to no detriment. Would this relief create a substantial detriment to the public good, substantially impair affected natural resources, or impair the intent and purpose of the development code? I would like to suggest that If you can find a special circumstance, then that's great. Then certainly a no detriment can be found. However, if you can't find a special circumstance, then that would certainly impair the intent of the development code. The intent of the development code is that variances be granted only when special circumstances are observed on the property. I would say the same thing with special privileges. If granted without finding special circumstances, obviously that's a special privilege being granted to this applicant. Should you find, again, all or part of this, that there are special circumstances applicable, then no special privileges may be found. Use authorized, both a covered entryway and a 3-car garage are perfectly acceptable within the medium density suburban zone, assuming that all other relevant code provisions are met, primarily in this case, the required front yard setback of 20 feet. And finally, effect on military installation. There is no military installation in this area, so that is not in effect. That being said, I would like to come to my recommendation, which is based upon my evaluation primarily of the findings of fact, that there are no special circumstances that would lead to the recommendation of approval of the encroachment for the garage. But in the broadest reading of the code, perhaps the board might be able to find special circumstances in relationship to the covered entryway. With that, I have a possible motion, which is also included in your staff report, and I'm available for any questions that you may have. I'm going to attempt to stop sharing my screen. Thank you all very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Roger. Madam Secretary, are there any public comment?
Yes.
People willing?
There are the applicant's representative, and the applicant may want to speak.
Oh, yes, the applicant's representative. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Hi. I'm Susie Yanagi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm the architect on the project, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the owners, Steve and Susie Reynolds, addressing mainly the garage because that was recommended for denial, and I'll be addressing the characteristic number 3 of the extraordinary situation condition of the property being already existing in the front setback. We would like the board to consider that the owners are being very responsible with the proposed placement of the garage addition on this site with the current existing building location that burdens and dictates this placement. If the proposed project were a tear down and rebuild of the entire home, then they would have the ability to move the entire building footprint back behind the front setback. But without the ability to do a tear down rebuild, they are responsibly addressing everything they can with the design. For example, making sure it's a natural extension of the current garage, keeping it 1 story and minimizing the addition to a width of 8 feet. And that is because they are able to capture 2 feet of the space to the left of existing structural posts in the garage to get a total 10-foot width to park a vehicle, which is the standard minimum. We believe the current garage was intended to be a 2-car garage, but physically there is 16 feet of width between existing structural posts to the left and a wall to the right, which prohibits 2 standard vehicles to park safely and open doors. This means for this family of 4, they are forced to park cars full-time in the driveway, which causes issues for snow and ice removal during the winter. And it's a major concern leaving the driveway to enter Ponderosa Avenue, as the driveway slopes 12% down to the street, and the street has an 11% gradient to the west. Also, there is no street parking allowed between November and May, as it would obstruct county snowplows. And as you can see from the site plan exhibit in the staff report, the garage addition is recessed substantially at 7 feet behind the front corner of the existing garage. The front corner of the garage addition and only that corner and not a full wall length will sit 7.5 feet from the front property line. The 7.5 feet is further back from the property line than the front corner of the existing residence, which sits 6 feet from the front property line. The owners have responsibly limited the interior depth of the garage addition to the standard minimum of 20 feet. So they are limiting both width and depth to the standard minimum and asking for approval to add an enclosed parking space that is no more than the standard minimum for a garage space. We would like the board to also consider that garages inside the front setback is a function enjoyed by other properties on this street that this property would be deprived of, even though it exists in the same regulatory zone. We were able to download 3 examples from TRPA's parcel tracker at laketahoeinfo.org, which I'll try to share on my screen now. Not showing up on my screen. Maybe I can click this. Click this. And just go ahead and click the picture, I guess. Okay, the first one is 508 Ponderosa. Can you see that on the screen right here? And you can see.
No.
No?
No, I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing your list of
Okay, let me try.
items.
Oh, okay. Is that showing up now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so here's 508, and as you can see, the garage right at the front setback here. I mean, not front setback, it's right at the property line, actually, the front property line. How do I do the next one? I'm going to show you 566 Ponderosa next. Oh, here, can you click these right here? Yeah, I have them all. 566. 566. Not that, not, yeah, that's fine. And so here's 566, as you can see. Yeah, as you can see, the garage also right at the front property line here. And then the third example is 591. Dylan, can you get 591 up, please? It's not showing up here, but just go back to the main screen. Click out it, click it. Yeah, go ahead and click that and click the third picture on there. 591 Ponderosa. No, right here, this one. Yeah. Oh, no, not the other one, not this one. Here we go, right here. Here we go.
Wait.
Okay, here you go. Do you see this one here? This is also a garage right at the front property line here. And I think I'll go ahead and close out of this now. Can you close this for me, Dylan? We hope the board will consider the constraints discussed here and ask that it please adapt the requirements to allow for this proposed addition so that it can provide for a standard minimum garage parking space. And finally, all other reviewing agencies have approved the proposal, including the Incline Village Citizens Advisory Board, who recommended approval of the project during their November meeting. At that meeting, they suggested reaching out to the neighbors for feedback. And I'll share on my screen the letters received by both the neighbors to the west and to the east in full support of the variance. So I'm going to do my sharing again. Can you help me with this? It's these 2 letters. Wait, how come it's not showing up? It should be on. You could go ahead in my file explorer then.
Here, just find that. Just find the file explorer. Okay.
Here we go. Just go ahead and click this Reynolds 101 letter. Okay, and the first letter Okay, do you see the first letter? I'll just read it. Dear board members, I'm writing in regard to the Reynolds proposed front yard setback reduction at 500 Ponderosa in Incline Village. My property is immediately adjacent to the Reynolds residence on the west side, and I live there full time. After reviewing the plans, I see no impact whatsoever on my views or the enjoyment of my property. In fact, I feel that the renovations the Reynolds family plan on undertaking will greatly improve the curbside appeal of their home and bring added value to the neighborhood. I fully support approving this variance request. And I'll pull up the second letter now from the neighbor to the right. You see that? And I'll read that one real quick too. I'm writing this letter in response to the notification I received from the Washoe County Board of Adjustment. After looking at the plans you showed me, I fully support the project being proposed in the front building setback at 500 Ponderosa. I feel it would improve the look and value of all the homes in the area, which is a benefit to all in the Incline community. I have no concerns of it obstructing my views or preventing me from enjoying my own property or being anything but beautiful for the area. I definitely see it enhancing the experience for walkers or me driving to and from my property, as well as increasing the value of my home and other homes in the area. Please feel free to contact me with questions or for any further comments. Go ahead and unshare this one. Were you able to see both the letters, one from 101 Red Cedar and the other from 504 Ponderosa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Representative from the board?
Madam Secretary?
Yes,
this is
Mr.
Clay.
Thomas?
This is Clay Thomas. I do have a couple of questions for the applicant's representative, if you...
Sure, go ahead.
Ms. Yanagi, within our staff report, it indicates on the garage that there are some potential remedies, and I was just wondering if you can address them. The first was the potential of actually moving the posts because the actual garage in and of itself is wider than 16 feet. I'm kind of curious as to, was that considered?
We didn't consider initially. Roger Pelham did bring it up, and we didn't want to impact the interior of that structure, as it would impact the room above the garage, which is completely the entire interior of the house has been completely remodeled new.
Okay. The second potential remedy was to extend the rear of the garage further behind the existing dwelling. Was that considered?
Yes, and if I'm scaling the drawing right now, in order for it to be completely outside of the setback, it would have to move back 16 feet. And that would basically be an appendage right at the very, very back corner of the building. And that is a lot more intrusive, I believe, to property and the neighborhood. It's not a natural extension like we've done here with the rear of the garage wall. It would be basically an appendage off on its own, off to the corner of the lot. And it would also require a much longer driveway. And that is not desirable, especially with the TRPA creating more coverage. We try to minimize coverage as much as possible due to runoff to the lake. So the lesser impervious area, especially for driveways, the better. So in this case, that's why we cited it the way that we did, as an extension of along the rear wall of the garage and just coming forward the minimum 20 feet. Unfortunately, that 20 feet ends up being partially in the front setback because the building itself was originally built in the front setback. And so that is the unfortunate burden in this situation.
And could you speak to the third possible remedy as to simply create a third car garage further to the northwest? Was that considered?
That was considered after Roger brought it up, and that would require double parking and a lot of, it would not be the most desirable because of the double parking situation. And there are a set of stairs in the back, and the owners were concerned of the driveway, especially in the winter, with the ice and snow buildup and having to shuffle the cars in that situation.
So are you asking for this variance predicated upon convenience to the applicant? Is where it is right there, rather than staying within the, or not, I should say, staying within the setbacks as to the other options? Is that kind of the issue?
In our opinion, architecturally and structurally, it's the best solution. It's not having to impact the existing building. It's a natural extension. It wouldn't look like an addition. It would obstruct the views the least of everybody in the neighborhood. It responds to the surrounding environment of the property itself and of the building itself.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any other questions for the applicant from the board?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Brad Stanley. And Ms. Yanagi, my question is, per Roger's explanation of the requirements, what would you state is the hardship your situation is facing?
The first hardship is the fact that the building was sited as it was, already sitting in the setback. And as I mentioned earlier, if this was a tear down, we would definitely be able to just push the entire footprint back. But since it's not a tear down rebuild, we have to ask for this variance because the building is sitting in the building setback, unfortunately. And so that creates a hardship for the project.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Mr. Stanley?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. I think, Ms. Yanagi, I heard you mention that you couldn't tear it down and rebuild for some reason. Is that true, or what did you mean by that?
What I meant was the building is the burden is that the building is there now. The existing building is there. It's not a tear down rebuild project where we can just move the entire house back. If the entire house was already back behind the front setback, then we wouldn't have to. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. I thought you said you couldn't tear it down and rebuild, but
no, it's not a tear down. No, I mean, if it was a tear down rebuild project, we would not be asking for a variance because we would just.
No, I know it is a tear down rebuild, but it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible to tear it down and rebuild it. It's an option. Okay, is there any public comment on this matter, Madam Secretary?
I don't see anybody with their hand raised, so I would say no.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it to the board then for discussion.
1 minute, please. May I ask a question of Mr. Pillon?
Oh, sure. You have another question? Sure, Brad. Go ahead.
Just the first question, I think, for Roger. Roger, thank you very much for anticipating the question that somebody in this group always seems to ask. Well done, you, as usual. I've got a question that's a little unusual, but this is a little unusual anyway. If under your suggestion, there is no hardship found due to the lot. How would this have been, what other than a variance would this actually be? Because to what extent is it a variance if the first part is not justified? And can you give me two questions? And can you give us a little background on a partial variance? That's the first one I've seen.
Yes, thank you for that question. I guess I would respond in this way, if I'm hearing what you're asking. If we can't make a finding of a hardship, how can I recommend a partial approval? That's a very, very good question. And at the risk of seeming a little bit wishy-washy on this, from the strictest reading of the code, you are correct. There is no physical hardship that prevents them from doing these things within the required setbacks. The location of the house being partially within the front yard setback in and of itself does not create a hardship. If anything, that's a self-induced hardship. That is to say, it's a hardship created by the construction that is already there as opposed to the nature of the landform. How then can I come to a recommendation of approval for the covered entryway? That is, I am looking at that in the very broadest reading of the code. And the very broadest interpretation that one might look at and say, well, the Tahoe area may be different. The environment being a part of the landform with all of the snow in the winter, and it's going to bring this a little bit closer into conformance by taking the area out of the public right-of-way, the part of the decking in the front that is in the public right-of-way right now, and bringing that in closer. Perhaps those things in conjunction, again, in the broadest reading, might be able to be seen as a hardship that might allow this board to approve that portion.
Gotcha. Without that grace, may I ask, if it weren't a variance for the entryway, how else could it, if at all, could it be applied for? In other words, what other kind of permitting would allow such a thing?
I'm sorry. There is no other way. This would be construction within a required setback is prohibited. However, we have one safety valve. That safety valve is the variance process. Theoretically, we also have what's called a minor variance, which is approvable at the administrative level. That is to say, my director could approve that, and that's limited to a 10% variation. So for a 20-foot front yard setback, it could be approved perhaps 2 feet into that. The standard, by the way, is much lower. You just kind of have to show that there's practical difficulties at that point. So that's pretty much the only way.
If I may summarize, it could be done administratively.
To a small extent, only 10% of the required standard, which in this case would be 2 feet.
All right, thank you. And last question for me. When the applicant showed the other examples, what is your response to those, and were the lots that were shown irregular in some way that would justify variances on their situations?
That's a very difficult question, so let me just take a moment. Every parcel of land is different. Even right next door, It's going to be a different size. It's going to be a different shape. There's going to be different particular bits of topography. I would not care to speculate on the unique characteristics of those other dwellings. What I can say is in the Tahoe area plan, under certain circumstances, you can have a garage right to the front yard setback as long as it's detached, but not attached. So that's another option that the applicant may pursue. Perhaps I think one of those might have appeared to be a detached. Again, I don't want to speculate on each one, but in general terms, I would probably say that those houses, like this one, were built more or less in error too close to the front property line, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 decades ago when those building permits were issued. But again, I wouldn't care to speculate on the specific characteristics of any individual one.
Thank you, Roger, for the informative and educational responses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stanley. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, and I think this goes to Mr. Large, and I believe Mr. Pelham has already partly answered it, but as I understand it, having been on the board, I know that the applicant's representative brought forth other properties for comparison. However, I believe part of our duties and responsibilities are unique to the submission of the request for the variance for only this property. And the mere fact that it may have been granted at another location really is not an overriding decision or authorization to allow us to do it here. I believe, as Mr. Pelham said, each property is unique, and what we need to do is focus on the requirements, the statutes that apply to this property in and of itself. Mr. Large, am I heading down the right path on this?
Madam Chairman, if I may, Mr. Thomas and Trevor, correct me if I'm wrong, but you need to be able to make the specific findings under the Washoe County Code in order for the variance to apply to the special circumstances of 110-804.25, and that is whether there is exceptional narrowness, topographic conditions, extraordinary exceptional situation or condition of the property, and we're speaking about this property specifically. Not in regard to the other ones, the other properties, you have to make the evaluation on those in those specific property as Mr. Pelham had indicated in his speaking. Trevor, am I wrong on that?
You're exactly right there. Now, keep in mind, there is one finding that talks about no special privileges granted. And I think that's what the applicant was representing when they demonstrated other properties in the neighborhood. Would the granting of this variance grant a special privilege that would not be granted to other properties in the neighborhood? But you're exactly right, Mike. When we're looking at this property, you look at the specific characteristics of this property individually, not the characteristics of the entire neighborhood.
Mr. Lee, could I ask you, staying with the record, may I ask you to say a word or two about special privilege?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stanley, who was that question for?
That was for you.
Okay, can you repeat it? You were kind of breaking up.
Sorry. You mentioned in passing special privilege. Could you expand on that answer a bit?
Well, I think the answer is that the question in terms of, are you making a finding of special privileges, would the approval of a variance grant an allowance for one particular property that would not be granted for other properties, maybe in the vicinity or other very similar situations? So are we granting a special privilege here where we wouldn't for someone else?
So an allowance, not a disallowance.
I'm sorry?
So an allowance and not a disallowance.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, are we having any more questions for the applicant or the staff?
Madam
And
Chair-
no more.
Madam
Yes.
Chairperson, if I may, I apologize. This is Michael Large for the record. I need to ask Mr. Pelham a question for the clarification. of the item. Mr. Pelham, in your recommendations, you recommend partial, and this goes to something that Mr. Stanley said, you recommended partial approval of the variance for the front, for the entryway and not for the garage. But in both circumstances, when you said the entryway, you took into account the placement of the residence, correct?
Partially, yes.
And
Only-
but you're not taking that into consideration of the garage?
Correct. Now, there are two parts to the evaluation of the entryway. That is to say, the snow and whatnot that happens in Tahoe, the weather itself, and the fact that it was partially built within the public right-of-way. And that would then be drawn back onto the parcel itself. So that would actually be coming closer to conformance with the other generally applicable portions of the code. Whereas the garage is distinct from that in that it would be a greater encroachment into, that is to say, further from conformance.
Just for clarification, which of the special circumstances for a variance are you allowing for to be considered? Is it that because of other extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of the property? Is that what you're going under?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And again, I will emphasize, I'm sorry, but that's a very broad reading of the code, but perhaps the board can make that with their evaluation and their wisdom.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd also like to say I did attend the Citizens Advisory Board and heard discussion about this proposal at that meeting. And a lot of discussion was regarding the existing size of the garage and that it could accommodate 2 cars and that the addition would be really to accommodate a 3rd car. And I just wanted to bring up that that was discussed. I did go and visit the property as well. I believe the owners are second homeowners. They live in California. I was able to look into the window of the garage. I don't know if that's okay, but I did. And the posts for the garage, I was envisioning them in the middle of the garage, but they're not. They're very much on the west side of the garage. So it does look like there's room for 2 smaller cars, maybe not big Ram trucks or anything, but it looks like it was designed to be a 2-car garage. And that was discussed at the CAB. Okay, with that, I guess we close the public hearing. We have asked the applicant and the staff all the questions. So it's time to entertain a motion. Does anybody like to make a motion?
Madam Secretary, do you want to bring it back to the board for discussion first before a motion is made?
Okay. Let's bring it back to the board for discussion. Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Yes, I do. I've listened to all sides. And I guess what I struggle with is, given the fact that there is Washoe County code as to what we need to consider for an allowance or for a variance to occur, i.e. exceptional narrowness, which we do not have, exceptional shallowness, which we do not have, exceptional shape, which we do not have, exceptional topography conditions, which we do not have, and under other extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions, the dominant factor there is the snow in the area. But my issue I have with that is snow's there every year. If you buy a place in Tahoe, you need to expect that. If you buy a place by the airport, you're going to get airport noise. So
Right.
It's not that something unique has happened that has caused this condition now to exist. So given that, I guess those are my concerns. Those are the things I'm looking at before I make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think consideration to the proposed variance for the front entryway is more credible because it would actually bring the conditions more into compliance with the code than currently exists. So I am leaning towards Mr. Pelham's recommended motion to approve that portion of the project and not the other part. Mr. Stanley, do you have something to discuss?
Well, my current thinking is that Roger's been very gracious and flexible in trying to accommodate a citizen. In this particular case, it seems like we need to be careful, I think, that we're not approving the okay part of the request using a vehicle that typically is used to authorize all of it. Roger did mention an administrative solution, and so I'm disinclined to find that this fully qualifies as a traditional variance.
Both portions, or just the garage portion, or you don't feel the enclosure of the entryway would qualify for a variance?
I believe what we're being told by staff, if I'm hearing correctly, and something I would agree with, is that there is not a hardship here in general. There are some benefits for one portion, and that this could more appropriately be handled in other than this.
Okay, are we ready to make a motion? Brad, Clay? No? Okay, well, can I make a motion then? Okay, I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment partially approve variance case number WPVAR 20-0006 for John S. Reynolds to facilitate the enclosure of the front entry and deck by reducing the front yard setback to a setback of 9 feet 10.5 inches with the conditions of approval included as Exhibit A for this matter, having made all 4 required findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.804.25, and B, partially deny variance case number WPVAR 20-0006 for John S. Reynolds to facilitate expansion of the garage from a capacity of 2 cars to 3 cars by reducing the front yard setback to front setback to a setback of 7 feet 5.5 inches, being unable to make all 4 required findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.804.25, those being 1, special circumstances, 2, no detriment, 3, no special privilege, and 4, use authorized. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Madam Secretary, you need a second on your motion.
Oh. Do I have a second? No? No second.
No, Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, very good. So we'll vote on it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining?
Mr. Stanley?
Brad, are you there? Technology, huh?
Well, I believe we need Mr. Stanley's vote one way or the other.
We need Mr.
Yeah.
Stanley to vote one way or the other because at this point, he doesn't appear to be no longer on the line.
We don't have a quorum, right?
Right.
Madam Secretary, do you know where Brad Stanley is? in the cosmos?
I'm looking and I don't see him on anymore. He was there and then he just dropped off.
Great.
He's off of there.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd, or Mr. Large, what do we do at this point?
Madam Chairman, until we have a third member, we don't have a quorum and nothing can be done. I would suggest that we take a 3 or 5 minute break and allow Mr. Because I know Mr. Stanley was on for the presentation and the initial discussion. You may just have a technical issue. I would take a little break and see if we can get him back on the line and then take a vote.
Where it is.
Okay, let's take a break for 5 minutes and we'll come back.
All right, I'll see if I can contact him.
Okay, thank you. Is Brad back? I don't see him.
Oh, I see his name.
Oh, there he is.
All right.
Madam Chairman, do you want to call the meeting back to order?
Yes. Trying to adjust my iPad here. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. It seems like we have a quorum. And Mr. Stanley, can you hear us? Madam Secretary, can you tell Mr. Stanley to mute his? There we go.
Mr. Stanley, can you, Madam Chairman, we've got, just for purposes of the record, we've got tabled on, currently we have a motion to partially approve variance number VPA AR 200006 and partially deny variance case number WPV AR 20006 for John S. T. Reynolds. And we had a first and a second, and then a vote in favor by Mr. Thomas and Ms. Hill. But Mr. Stanley, your vote was outstanding on that.
Brad, could you unmute and let us know how you would vote?
Mr. Stanley?
Brad, are you able to speak? We can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Tap on the screen and then see your microphone with the line through it and press that.
Mr. Chairman, maybe this is a question for Mike. Is it possible if we get a hold of Brad, if he can at least use the chat function, would that suffice, or do we need to have it on recorded record?
We need to have a recording of his vote. And I'm uncomfortable with having a chat function in there at this juncture. And so.
Right. I'm going to see if I can call his cell phone and see if we can figure out what's going on with Brad.
Madam Secretary?
Yes.
I was wondering, can we also, is Lee Lawrence available? Is there any way we can contact him and see if we can get him on here too? At least if we drop one and we have the other, at least we'll still have a quorum.
Madam Chair, my response to Clay, I did try to email him and ask him that very question while we were on our break. So far, I haven't heard back. I will see if I can search for his phone number and we can do that. In the meantime, I'm going to try to give Brad a call.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
Okay, I see Brad on there again. Brad!
Yes, you can be heard.
Outside of the wind?
Okay. Madam Chairperson, I heard a nay vote from Mr. Stanley on the last.
Okay,
Yes, I heard that also. He voted nay.
okay. So the motion carries, is my understanding, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Let's go on to the next motion. The next project is special use permit case number WSUP 200014 Red Peak West Cell Tower for possible action and hearing and discussion to approve a special use permit to allow the removal of an existing 15-foot tall cellular communication tower and the construction and operation of a new 40-foot tall cellular communication tower. Mr. Pelham, it's your project again. Can you please fill us in on what's going on there?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. For the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Planning. I am now going to attempt to share my screen. Are you seeing the beginning of, whoops. Now are you seeing the beginning of my slideshow?
Yes.
Very good, thank you very much. This is a special use permit to remove one cell tower that's 15 feet in height and replace it with a 40-foot. This is a very simple and a very straightforward special use permit. It is located as shown here, sort of north of 395, south of West 7th. This would be the Sun Valley area here to the east, and the Lemon Valley area here to the west. This, you should be seeing an overhead photo of the subject site. What I'd like to point out is there are a number of other antennas here at the same location. And in fact, this is a photograph. This is about as close as I could get with the four-wheel drive that I was in, at least feeling comfortably enough. But I think this shows that taking one small tower down and putting a slightly larger tower up, in my opinion, has no negative impact on the surrounding area. This is the proposed site plan. Again, simply taking one down, putting another one up, increasing capacity in that manner. Here in yellow, you should be seeing an elevation from the southwest, and this new pole is highlighted in yellow. And what I'd like to point out is that it is certainly shorter than the remaining towers around it, substantially less, to tell you the truth. Again, this one's pretty straightforward. The proposal complies with all relevant code standards. There are no discernible impacts that I could find, and it's in amongst many others. In fact, this is an area that is designated for cellular communication towers to be located. Public notice was sent to 48 affected property owners. It was reviewed by the Sun Valley CAB in October, and they did recommend approval. This was sent to all relevant agencies. We had no recommendations for denial. Those that recommended conditions of approval have been included with the recommended conditions of approval as attached to your staff report. What I would like to point out in terms of the findings is that these are a very different set of findings for a special use permit than perhaps other types of projects that we may have looked at recently. In this case, we're really looking at the characteristics of this development in relationship to its surroundings. It is my opinion that this board should be able to make all relevant findings. It's consistent with the surrounding area. Adequate improvements are there. Again, this is a non-manned facility. People are only there periodically for maintenance. The site is suitable. There are lots of other antennas right nearby. Issuance is not detrimental. Again, this is one among many. There is no military installation in the area, and this does meet all of the standards. Again, we have additional findings necessary for telecommunications facility. This meets all the relevant standards. We did have public input both at the Citizen Advisory Board and anyone who chooses to participate in today's hearing, and it will not unduly impact the surrounding area. Again, this is one of many. For those reasons, I am recommending approval, being able to make the findings. With that, I have a possible motion and am available for any questions that you may have.
I have a question, Roger. Is there
Yes, ma'am.
fire access, adequate fire access? I know the fire department commented that there needed to be fire access to it.
Yes.
Fire apparatus access.
Yeah, there are dirt roads. Maintenance vehicles get up there all the time, you know, as necessary for maintenance on all of these mini antennas. Obviously, this is not something that you take a regular fire truck, but they have other trucks that are like brush trucks that can handle these semi-improved accesses. The applicant's representative, I believe, is available to speak as well.
Okay, and I neglected to ask if there are any disclosures for this action item from the board.
No disclosures.
Thank you. Seeing none, okay, is the applicant available, or do we have any questions for staff from the board? No? Okay, applicant, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, board. My name is Nick Taggis with 51 Wireless on behalf of T-Mobile. At this time, we agree with the recommendations from staff and are available for any questions that anyone from the board may have.
Do we have any questions for the applicant from the board? Mr. Stanley, no? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, no questions. So is there any public comment, Madam Secretary?
We have no public comment.
Okay, so I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Is there any discussion? No? Mr. Stanley? Okay, would someone like to make a motion on this item?
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions, special use case number WSUP 20-0014 for 51 Wireless LLC, having made all findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code section 110.810.30 and sections 110.324.75, subject to the conditions contained in Exhibit A to the staff report.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda is administrative permit case WADMIN 20-0010 Club at Arrow Creek for possible action, hearing and discussion to approve an administrative permit per table 110.302.05.3 to allow the use of an indoor sports and recreation, which mostly includes participant sports conducted within an enclosed building for a 9,000 square foot indoor pickleball court on a 149.03 acre property at 2905 East Arrow Creek Parkway. Do we have any disclosures? No, seeing none. The staff is Julie Orlander. Hey, Julie. Would you like to introduce this item?
Good afternoon, Julie Olander with Planning and Building, yes. So let me share my screen. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Again, Julie Olander with Planning and Building. So what we have before us is the Arrow Creek pickleball court, and you can all see my screen.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a pickleball court. It looks like a vacant lot.
That's what it is currently. So what the applicant is recommending to do, oops, sorry, I'll go back, is the applicant is requesting to allow for a 9,000 square foot pickleball court, which falls under the indoor sports and recreational use. They're also asking for some grading for some areas of areas that exceed 30% slope in the parking lot and drop-off area. Here's on your left, you have a overhead view of it somewhat off of Arrow Creek, so you can sort of see where the club area is. And then we have a more focused in area where the pickleball court is highlighted in red, and then the pickleball court is being proposed is right adjacent to the Tumwa Truckee Meadows Water Authority tank, and then you can also see where the existing clubhouse is on the other side of the parcel. The club at Arrow Creek is a member-only facility with 18-hole golf courses and other associated facilities. And over the past few years, you've seen several Arrow Creek items come before you. They have been updating the facility to make it more sustainable. And matter of fact, in 2008, another pickleball court facility was brought before you for the same type of administrative permit. However, it was located over by the parking lot of the club, and it was only 7,000 square feet. It was decided that this location was significantly different, and also the size of the facility was different. So they are coming forward with another brand new admin permit for you to review. The applicant is now proposing, like I said, a 9,000 square foot pickleball court, and it's about 2,400 feet from the clubhouse, and it's adjacent to the Tumwa tank. The building will include 4 pickleball courts, restrooms, storage areas, and will be operating between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. The pickleball site consists of about an acre and a half size, and the area will be landscaped. The applicant has also indicated that there'll be 46 parking spaces with 2 ADA spaces. And then there'll also be parking for golf carts. And that even though the court has been relocated, that the original traffic study concluded that there wouldn't be traffic impacts, the applicant believes that this traffic study is still valid. Here's an overall view of the area, showing you where the courts are to the bottom of your screen, and then the parking is primarily to the north. And then you can see sort of outlined is the Tumwa tank. This is a schematic. I'm not sure if this is exactly what the building's going to look at, but these were provided in the application. And then here's the floor plan. You can see the 4 courts, the entrance with the restrooms adjacent to the entrance area. As I said, they are asking for, they are going to be doing some grading there. And it's because it's that 30% slope code does require that any driveway or road that traverses any slope of 30% or greater, that does meet the major grading thresholds. And so that's why they're coming forward with the special use, they're including this. So typically we would have them come in for a special use permit because they came in for an administrative permit, you get the same review as the special use permit. So it's been deemed that the admin permit will suffice to review the grading. The 30% slope areas are in the parking lot and also the drop-off area. They're estimating about almost 5,000 cubic yards of material will be will be cut from the area to prepare the site, and then any excess material will be moved to other locations on the parcel. Here's a view of the grading. The areas that are of concern are the ones that are red. It's sort of hard to see, but they're primarily in the parking area. They're in the drop-off area, and then even in the front a little bit, there's some red there. So those are the areas that will be graded. Notices were sent to 239 parcels. This was brought before the South Truckee Meadows CAB, and it was unanimously supported. I have received some emails, and hopefully those were all distributed to the board members. I believe they were all in support. Here is the area that was noticed. Various agencies reviewed the application, and their comments were included in the staff report, and then agencies with conditions are included in the conditions of approval. Staff is able to make all the required findings, and I just wanted to point out findings included that they were, one of the main findings is consistency, and this area already has this type of activity going on, so the community understand there's going to be there's golf courses in the area, so these kind of outdoor or indoor recreational facilities are going on, and the site is suitable because of matter of fact, they moved it to a probably more suitable spot because this will give another opportunity for people to use the facility on the other side of the parcel. And I provide a possible motion.
Thank you, Julie. Do we have any questions for staff on this project?
Hi, this is Brad. Can I be heard okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Julie, thank you very much. Do you agree with the applicant that no new traffic study should be required? The reason I'm asking is if my calendar is semi-correct, there's been quite a lot of activity all along Arrow Creek since that time. The school and some additional development and so forth. And the recent, fairly recent fire situation kind of proved that Arrow Creek makes a great parking lot as opposed to particularly efficient evacuation rate. Can you address this idea? Do you agree that no new traffic study should be required?
Yeah, this is Julie Olander with the Planning Building. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, this is not significantly a huge use in the sense of how many people they can get daily. I know the applicant representative Isabel has a presentation, and he probably would answer that more fully. So if you'd like to present, I can remove I'll stop sharing my screen, and I'll let the applicant's representative provide information now.
This is Dave Snellgrove. I'm the applicant's representative. I can go through that. This facility had 4 courts previously, and it was approved as part of the clubhouse expansion when we brought that through year and a half ago. We had Paul Salegi take a look at it. He also looked at this with Mitch Fink, and it was identified that no new study would be necessary. He ran some traffic estimates, but this was all planned in and all accounted for in terms of the overall community design when it was initially approved. And we did have Mr. Salegi as a professional traffic engineer analyze it and review that with your traffic engineer, Mitch Fink. And I believe that the outcome and the comment on this from Mitch Fink relative to this specific site is, one, we had already looked at it previously as a 7,000 square foot building. The number of courts hasn't changed at all. We still have 4 courts. The only reason that the building is a little bit bigger is because the building is now farther from the clubhouse. We had to incorporate bathrooms into this building, a little snack area that would have been accommodated for the clubhouse. But basically it's the same thing that you had down in the parking lot of the clubhouse. I hope that answers the question.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Brad.
Do you have any more questions, Brad?
No, but thank you. You might ask Donna to enable my landline.
I can do that,
Thank you.
I think.
Okay, does the applicant have a presentation or anything you want to?
And I do have a presentation. I know you've got an incredibly long agenda as well. What I'd like to do is just point out Julie did a great job in covering the basics and the overview of the project. We had a number of community members, people who live within Arrow Creek, send in letters. I think Tony Ciocieri, who is the project manager, who lives in Arrow Creek, he's here with me, along with Ray Conrad, who's the owner of the property. And, you know, you've seen this before. This has been a really fun project for me to work on. It's the first part of the project was the backyard grounds, some golf practice areas, a new pool turned out fabulously. If you ever have a chance to get up there, it turned out beautiful. Feel that you've seen this before. This was previously approved. What we're doing is moving it from one part of 149 acre parcel to another part. And we're in agreement with staff's recommendation of approval, and that all the findings can be made for the project. And if you'd like a portion of the presentation, or if you have a specific question, I can most certainly cover that.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
I don't see any public comment.
I did receive the email that you sent earlier today with all the letters of support attached. So
Yes.
I'm sure that Mr. Thomas and Mr. Stanley and probably Mr. Lawrence saw that too. So it looks like a pretty nice project. It has a lot of support. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it up to the board for discussion. Do we have any discussion regarding this project?
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas.
Yes?
I know Mr. Snowgrove mentioned that, you know, this has been looked at before, and he is correct in regards that originally it was WADMIN 18-0015 for a 7,000 square foot pickleball court. But the 2-year time frame has since lapsed, so therefore that application has died out, and that he's come back before us with what is in front of us today. It's not like we're going to have 2 pickleball courts. We're just going to have a larger one at a different location. And I have no problem with that. And in fact, what I've seen, there seems to be a lot of support behind it. And I think it's a good idea. And I think it does show that they're expanding and growing. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Stanley, do you have any comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. I thought it was an excellent presentation by both planner Olander and the applicant. And, you know, pickleball is taking off. And so that's going to be a nice facility to have. As I mentioned, I do have a concern about the traffic report and whether or not it's out of date. And that's, to some extent, leverages off something that Clay mentioned a bit earlier. But overall, I agree with the presentation and the need.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move that after giving reasoned consideration on the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative case permit number WAD-MIN 20-0010 for Lucky Star Golf LLC, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Development Code, section 110.808.25, that being consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
We do.
Thank you. Brad Stanley seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 20-0016 Lemon Valley Tower. For possible action, hearing, discussion to approve a special use permit to allow the construction of a new 50-foot tall monopole on a 1.0 acre site adjacent to the TWMA water tank. The proposal also requests varying the landscape and parking. Do we have any disclosures? No, seeing none. Julie Orlander, this is yours again. So could you introduce this item, please?
Yes, this is Julie Orlander, Washoe County Planning and Building. And let me get my screen going again. Here we are. So this is a special use permit for a cell tower. And the applicant is proposing to construct a 50-foot tall in-ground monopole, a wireless tower, replacing the existing tower that's on the Truckee Meadows Water Authority water tank. The proposal is also requesting to vary the landscaping, parking requirements. The parcel has a regulatory zoning of public and semi-public facility, which allows buildings to be at a height of 65 feet. The 1 acre site is vacant except for the tank, the existing towers on the tank, and the tower equipment. The 1 acre parcel is surrounded by a 46 acre parcel, which has a 60-foot Verizon tower on it, a residence, and outbuildings. So here's an overhead view of that. So you can see where the tank is, and then the Verizon tower is basically right adjacent to that parcel. And then on the southern portion of the parcel, there's some residences and outbuildings. The tower is classified as a commercial facility and requires a special use permit. A special use permit does allow the Board of Adjustment to vary standards as they're asking to waive the parking and the landscaping requirements for this location because of the remoteness. The proposed 50-foot tower will be constructed in the northwest portion of the parcel, and they will remove the tank. As I said earlier, they will remove the existing towers on the tank. The existing equipment pad will remain exactly where it is, but it will be upgraded with new technology. And this will help the wireless connection in that area and will help with first responders and emergency communications. So here's another overview of the site. On the left is where the existing towers are located on the tank. And then on the right, you can see where the proposed tower is going to be up in the northwest corner of the site. And then the equipment area is remaining the same, however, they are upgrading it. Here's another view showing the top portion of the slide shows how it is currently, and then the lower portion on the lower slide shows with the proposed tower. The monopole and the antennas will be painted to match the surrounding areas. AT&T will be the only ones using this tower, as it is currently being used only by AT&T. And approximately 500 square feet of the 1 acre site will be disturbed to construct the tower. It will be revegetated. And here's some some shots of the existing tower on the top picture, where you can see the existing Verizon tower, and then on the lower photo you see the Verizon tower, and then they've pointed out where the AT&T tower is. And this is looking southwest from Snoopy Circle. Got a few of these. And this one is looking east from Lemon Drive at Fleetwood Drive. You have another one from Magnolia Way. And then this final one is from Surge Way at Artesian Way. So you can see what, and then they also pointed out where the tank is too. Public notice was sent to 197 property owners. North Valley CAB did hear this item on the 9th of November, and they recommended approval. They did have some questions about coverage and the time frame, which the applicant answered for them. Various agencies have reviewed this application, and their comments are included in the staff report, and agencies with conditions were included in the conditions of approval. I was able to make all the findings that were required, and they are detailed in your staff report. And I provide a possible motion, and I believe the applicant is available for questions or a presentation, whichever you choose.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Do you have any questions for staff from the board?
None here.
Could you go ahead, Mr. Stanley?
I'm sorry, I said I have no questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I can't see the other people. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions? Julie, could you remove your presentation?
Yes, I'll stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thanks. No questions for staff? Does the applicant here to make a presentation?
I'm the homeowner that owns the 46 acres.
Oh.
Derek Turner is your applicant, and yeah, and Darren Nelson is the one that owns the parcel around the Tumwa site.
Okay, does Derek Turner want to give a presentation?
You could just answer questions.
Yeah, Julie responded well, and I gave her my presentation earlier, so I can answer any questions that anybody has for sure.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I have a quick question for the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question. There is another telecommunication tower on an adjoining or adjacent piece of property close by. Was there any consideration of actually piggybacking onto that tower so there was only one tower in the vicinity instead of two separate towers?
Yes, the tower, the Verizon tower of 60 feet. Well, first of all, it's on another parcel. We have a lease with the current the water municipal land, and also the tower that Verizon has. The lower rad center wouldn't sufficiently cover the area with the topography for AT&T, so that's why we're proposing the 50-foot, which is 10 feet below the reduction or the height requirement, to give it some less aesthetics around the surrounding area, but also to help continue the coverage from losing the site at the water tank.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the applicant?
I have a couple questions.
Is that Darren? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment, and you can say your piece then. Seeing no questions, further questions, we'll open up the public hearing. And so, Mr. Nelson, would you like to have a comment? Yeah?
Hi, yes. I got a quick question for Brad, and then I just have a 30-second comment. Which one would you like first?
A quick question for who?
The applicant.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
This time it's public comment, and the public can provide 3 minutes of comment. It's not a question and answering session. However, after he's done with his comments and testimony, then the board can ask the specific questions that were raised. So at this time, it's just not a time for question and answer at this time.
Okay,
yes, I need
go
to.
ahead.
Hi. So my name is Darren Nelson. I live at 600 East Patrician Drive, which is the 46-acre parcel that surrounds the water tank, which is currently housing the AT&T equipment. I've lived here for 8 years, and a couple things. I've had multiple invasions of my privacy by the cell tower contractors and the repairmen coming up to my house and looking around in my windows, in my garage, and even knocking on my door asking where the cell tower was. So there is a Truckee Meadows put up some signs to try to direct them on the easement road, and that has alleviated the problem. But that just happened this summer after years of trying to get this handled. Anyways, I have a few concerns. One is that the tank is in the center of my property, and I have to deal with the constant traffic for the repairmen and in servicing the equipment. The easement road is the road going back to the tank, and it's become in disrepair. The drainage has failed, and now when it rains, I'm having issues with my water system because the drainage is flowing down into my water system for my property. I've asked Toma to help me with this, and I haven't had any response so far. I know that they are the ones that are going to be in the lease with AT&T. Now AT&T, for some reason, they are not bound to that lease. It is not a permanent lease. It can be stopped at any time, and they're paying a really, really high rate for this land lease. I've sent a proposal to AT&T offering them a lower lease, and this is the first time I've seen this location. The cell tower impedes my beautiful mountaintop view, which is one of the reasons I purchased this property. The new tower will be directly aligned between my house and Swan Lake. There is the Verizon tower, which was brought up before. Verizon tucked that tower right against the hillside, and so it has way less impedance to my view. Also, the location, if AT&T were to move, and it literally would be near the Verizon tower, the area is actually closer to their equipment. So right now we have the lease that is with Truckee Meadows Water Authority is not a permanent lease, and they have some of their equipment out there, but they are not bound to keep that lease. And if they were willing to put up a pole, they may as well put it up at less expense to all of us in a location that would be way more advantageous in my situation, because it would be tucked more behind the hill, and they should be able to get the same coverage that they would get anywhere else. That's all I have to comment.
Okay, any other public comment, Madam Secretary?
I see no further public.
Okay, guess we will bring it back to the board. Or does the applicant, do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I guess we'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
when would we have an opportunity to ask Mr. Nelson a question?
he was part of the public. I guess you can ask him a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that an okay by Mr. Large as well?
That's all right. You can ask Mr. Nelson a question.
All right, Mr. Nelson, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very interesting point that you bring up. Were you noticed on this, and did you give planning this sort of response when you were noticed?
The first notice I got was the notice for this meeting, which I forwarded to my attorney. Prior to that, I was working diligently because I had heard rumors through my attorney that they were talking about enforcing all cell towers being removed from water tanks because it's a national security threat, because the people working on the cell towers were not vetted through proper channels, and we had unvetted people on our water system, on our public water utility. And so that being said, I was reaching out to anyone and everyone I could talk to down at Washoe County, but this is the first meeting I've heard about. And so that's why I'm here on this meeting to state my piece, that I'm not in agreement with the location, for one, because it's way out in the middle of my yard. And secondly, I don't know why they're paying a really high rate to Tumwa, just so you know, which is a nonprofit public utility. It's much higher than the normal rate that AT&T would pay to most land owners.
All right, thank you very much.
And Mr. Stanley, I get nothing from them, not even the road maintained, by putting up with all the all the extra traffic. If AT&T were not on the property, there would be much less traffic up there. And I mean, I am the one who's actually having to use my own equipment to maintain the ingress egress, which partially goes across my driveway.
So you've been in touch with Tumwa on this issue?
I have, yes. I even met with them one day, and I've met with Washoe County several times too about these. But I guess in recent times, within the last few years, the Truckee Meadows took over all of the Washoe County water tanks, which is, I think, why there's this gray area where nobody really knew what to do with these situations. And now it seems like you guys are getting the responsibilities being delegated properly.
Okay, do we have any other questions to the board, by the board, or anybody want to?
May I ask a question of
Yes,
Anna?
go ahead.
I was wondering, we just talked about noticing. Was the gentleman just speaking notice timely, and was his response received?
Julio Landfer with Planning and Building, for the record. So the notice should have gone, he should have got a notice for the CAB meeting, or the courtesy notice that we send out telling them that this is moving forward. Then they get an official notice before this meeting. So he should have gotten 2 notices. I'm not sure what happened to the first notice, what happened with that one. I'd have to do some research to check on that one.
How many notices, Julie, went out, if you don't mind me asking?
Say that again?
How many notices for this project went out?
2. There's a courtesy notice, and then there's the official notice, in a sense.
I guess I was asking, how many recipients were there?
That was my presentation. Let me go back and look real quick.
Sorry.
I believe it was like 129.
Yeah. I have to pull my presentation up, sorry.
Well,
It's thinking about it.
Does 129, as Clay mentioned, does that sound about correct?
I just wanted to give the exact number, so we had it on the.
Yeah. And can you also confirm that the fellow objecting did receive one? Oh, one was sent to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't have that. I'd do a little. I'm not sure if he got the second notice. He's on the mailing list. 197 notices went out. I would have to do some searching to find out if the first notice was returned to me, and that would be in my office, and I'm not there right now. So I'm not sure why he didn't get a notice the first time for the courtesy notice.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or concerns for staff or the applicant or?
Madam Secretary?
Yes,
This is Clay Thomas. May I ask Mr. Nelson a couple questions, please?
sure.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, just to summarize what you were stating, is one, in the past, you had people basically that were encroaching onto your property and were actually visiting your house looking for the cell towers. But since then, signs or at least directions have been put up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if an additional 60-foot tower goes up, I think it would probably be easier for them to spot the tower that they need to see. Where if it was on the water tower, it was probably a little bit harder to identify.
That's not correct.
That's not correct. Okay.
And the reason I say that,
go
just
ahead.
real quick, the reason I say that is because the entrance is past the asphalt on Patrician, and you have to, the dirt road circles back. It's about a half a mile, but there's no GPS route that gets you there, which is why they come to my house.
Okay, but the signs, at least in the past, have helped. Is that correct?
The signs since this summer have slowed the traffic, yes.
Thank you. And you also said that you've become responsible for doing some maintenance. Is that on the easement road that goes up to the tower and goes up to the water, or to the cell towers and water towers?
That's correct.
Okay. And what kind of maintenance are you doing on that?
Well, the ditch that flows beside has not been maintained and has washed out. And so I've done quite a bit of work trying to redirect any waters coming down so it doesn't flow down the utility line that I have, which has a lift tank in the center. So it's in essence, because the water isn't being captured by the road, it's flowing past the road and flowing into my lift tank, which is contaminating my water.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but what street do you live on, or what area?
So I live off of Patrician, but where the asphalt turns to dirt, that's my entrance.
Okay.
And I have two additional entrances down below on the north side of the property. But they're not, because of the water tank is right in the center, so it kind of divides the north and south half of the property. My residence is up above on the south west side.
Does the current Verizon tower and the water tank block your view of some of the valley now?
The Verizon tower is almost far enough back that I don't see it from my backyard.
But you can see it, is that correct?
I can see some of it, yes.
And what about the water tower? Do you have an obstructed view of that?
I do.
Okay. And then the last item I have is, if I understood you correctly, is that you mentioned that the lease that AT&T, or that Tumwa, I guess, is charging AT&T is probably higher than if you were given the offer to put it on your land. Was that correct?
Substantially higher.
Okay, so it would be a reduction in cost for AT&T if they wanted to negotiate with you to put it on your property.
Yes.
Okay.
Thousands of dollars less.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nothing further, Madam Secretary.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
that's all right. Do we have any further comment or questions comment or questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. This
Yes.
is Variance down for the record. And Mr. Nelson, did you sign the SUP for the Tumwa tank?
I keep getting muted. Sorry about that.
Nelson is not the applicant on this.
He's a neighbor.
So originally they had an SUP years and years ago, and no, I was not the owner at that time. I purchased the property, the tank already had the tower on it. I was not a part of any of those negotiations.
Okay, thank you. Has AT&T been in touch with you?
No.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it to the board. Do we have any discussion at the board level? Mr. Thomas?
Madam Secretary, I just, upon reviewing the legend, basically for the coverage that it will serve if it is, as it is moved, appears to be pretty significant, which will afford much more coverage to individuals that have that AT&T plan. I do understand Mr. Nelson's concerns, but I don't believe that they're insurmountable. I think if he has issues with the maintenance of it, that definitely is something that needs to be brought up with Tumwa. It is an easement through the property that is allowable. There are already some view obstructions from his property already, and if AT&T wishes to spend its money on spending more money with Tumwa than with a private customer, that's their business plan, and if they want that to be their business model, that really doesn't affect us on this decision. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Stanley, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. I am somewhat concerned about the noticing and the problems that Mr. Nelson is experiencing and the lack of contact he's had with some of the participants here.
Okay, so noted. Okay, are we ready to make a motion?
Madam Chair, if I could break in really quickly regarding the noticing, the notices were sent out legally per state requirements and per county code. I would strongly avoid using that as a basis for recommendation one way or the other.
Thank you. I agree. Would someone like to make a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0016 for AT&T Mobility, having made all findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30 and Section 110.324.75, subject to the conditions contained in Exhibit A to the staff report. Do you have a second?
Second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
What did you said aye?
No, I said nay.
Nay. Okay, that's 2 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you. The motion carries. And do you want to read the appeal process, or? There is an appeal process, Mr. Nelson, if you care to appeal this decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and read that language.
Okay.
Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. please call the planning staff immediately at 328-3600 for information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the special use permit case number WSUP 20-0019 Silverado Continuum Care Community for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve a special use permit to allow the use of continuum of care facilities seniors for a 157 unit continuum care rental community in accordance with Washoe County Code Table 110.302.05.3 for a 11.21 acre site north of 275 Neighborhood Way. Do we have any disclosures on this item? Okay, the staff person is Julie Olander, right? I haven't turned the page. Yes?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. Do you have an introduction to this item?
Yeah, good afternoon, Julie Olander with Planning and Building.
Good afternoon. Would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, I'm getting there, sorry.
Oh, okay. Thought you were waiting for me to say something.
No. All right, oops. So this is special use permit 20-0019 Silverado Continuum Care for Continuum Care Rental Community. The request is for a special use permit to allow the use of continuum of care facility senior for 157 unit continuum care rental community in accordance to Washoe County Code on 11 acre site. Here's a view of where the site is located off of Neighborhood Way in Eagle Canyon. The development will be an independent living community for seniors, and the buildings are going to be designed for age-appropriate living with features including zero threshold entries, wider doorways and hallways to accommodate walkers and wheelchairs, cabinetry that can be easily modified to accommodate disabilities, bathrooms designed to appropriately and monitors sensor lighting in appropriate locations, along with fire sprinklers in all units. Services on the site will include maintenance, utility and housekeeping and linen service, meals in the clubhouse, transportation, and social amenities. And the units, the units and the clubhouse and the grounds will be professionally maintained. There will be no assisted or memory care services on the site. However, those services are available at a neighboring property to the south. The 11 acre site is vacant and relatively flat and covered with native shrubs and grasses. The parcel has a master plan designation of commercial, as are the parcels to the east and south. The parcels to the west and north are designated suburban residential. The parcel's regulatory zoning is neighborhood commercial, as are the parcels to the east and south, and the parcels to the west are zoned parks and recreation and public and semi-public facility. The parcels to the north are zoned medium density suburban. Here's an overview. You sort of see I put a little arrow at the top of the page so you can sort of get your bearings. Eagle Canyon Ranch unit is to the north primarily. Then you have Shaw Middle School and Eagle Canyon Park to the west. And then to the south, you have the Cascades, which is a senior and assisted living facility. The applicant says the designs of the buildings will be warm, inviting cottage ranch look. There are 3 plans for the detached units, and they will all have 1-car garages. The units will range in sizes from 585 square feet to 1,000 square feet. And then the attached buildings, there'll be ones with 7 units and some with 6 units and then some with 7. They'll range from 585 square feet to 855 square feet. And here's a visual of the one of the cottages. This is Plan 3. It's the larger of the 3 units. It has the 2 bedrooms. And then here's one of the attached buildings, and this is the 7-unit one. So it has the bedroom and basically a bath, kitchen, and living room setup. And here's another visual. I did highlight where the clubhouse was, so you can see that the clubhouse is sort of in the central location of the site. The clubhouse will, like I said, will be located in the center of the development, and with a professional kitchen and dining room for the residents. The manager and rental assistant will also be located in the clubhouse, along with social activities that will be held there in the clubhouse. Other amenities on the site will include a community organic garden, dog parks, bocce ball courts, lawn games, and a pedestrian trail system that will link the units to the clubhouse. Washoe County Code doesn't have a specific requirement for parking for this use. However, the applicant provided information that came up with a suggestion of, well, they'll have the 47 spaces with the detached guards, but for the detached units with the garages. And then the applicant also recommended 145 spaces to be located throughout the community, and that would be a total of 192 parking spaces for the whole site. And staff was supportive of that determination of parking spaces. There are 2 access points to the site from Neighborhood Way, which is off of Eagle Canyon. The main access leads right into where the clubhouse is, and then that provides access to all the other buildings on the site. And then there's emergency access on the south side over by Cascades, the memory and assisted living facility. The traffic study stated that this will generate about 301 average daily trips, with 10 AM peak trips and 27 PM peak trips. Study concluded that the project will have minimal impacts to the existing network of the existing street network. And typically this type of use doesn't impact traffic in general. There are some minor suggestions that they are making, are proposing to do according to the application. As I said, the site is relatively flat. However, they are going to be moving approximately 30,000 cubic yards of fill. However, a special use permit is not required for this type of grading because it is associated with this with a development that's being reviewed by a board per the code. That doesn't require it. And then notices were sent to 49 parcels. The CAB, Spanish Springs CAB, did hear this item on the 4th of November. There was 3 people in favor and 1 in opposition. Overall, the comments were that they felt that this was a good development and needed in the community. However, 1 CAB member did have questions about the density and the traffic. Here is an overview of who was noticed. And then I did receive comments from various agencies, and if they had conditions, those are included in the conditions of approval. Staff is recommending to remove 1 condition, 2H, which is concerning stormwater runoff, and then to amend condition 1E by removing the end of that sentence, that they have to have all the landscaping done prior to issuance of CFO. They're going to probably be doing this in several phases, and this would be very constraining, not only the applicant, but also on Washoe County staff, that we would have to, so this would be a difficult condition to enforce. So we are asking to amend it to remove that last section of the sentence. Also, staff was able to make all the findings. There are nothing, it's consistent with the master plan and the Spanish Springs area plan. These improvements are available in the area. They are already planned for this kind of type of development in this area, on this site on Neighborhood Way. And as I said, the site is relatively flat, and the type of people, the residents will have probably a low impact to the surrounding areas. And then we didn't see it's any detrimental because the facility, like I said, the area is already set up to have some kind of commercial or semi-commercial like this residential unit at this location. And there are no military installations in the area. After that, I'm able to give you a possible motion with the amended conditions that comment in the motion. And I'm available for any questions, and I know that the applicant is available and has a possible presentation if you would like to hear that.
Yes, thank you, Julie. Do we have any questions of staff from the board? Seeing none. Does the applicant have a presentation?
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Stacey Huggins with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. We do have a presentation. I want to be sensitive to your time today. I know you have a couple more items still. Would you like us to give our presentation? Or if you have questions?
No, just let's see if we have questions. I think, Julie, you have a good overview of the project, and I don't think a presentation is really necessary. So if we have any questions, we'll appreciate you being here available for answering questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment, Madam Secretary?
Madam Chairperson.
We have no public comment.
Madam Chairperson, I would ask that if there's any questions for the applicant before you call for public comment.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the applicant by the board? Doesn't look like it. So I guess we'll open public comment, and we have some public comment, Madam Secretary?
We have no public comment.
Oh, no public comment. Great. Well, then we'll close public comment. And do we have any questions from the board for the applicant? Oh my gosh, my lucky day. So no, it looks like we don't. So are we ready to make a motion?
You could pull it back to the board for discussion.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Is there any discussion? I think this looks like a great project. I am sure there's a lot of need for this. Having had parents in these type of facilities, it's in our aging population, it seems like a very nice project to accommodate our seniors. Mr. Thomas, do you have any comments?
I do not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Stanley? Are you there, Brad? Yay. Okay, well, since we're... Mr. Stanley, are we ready to make a motion? Madam Secretary, do we need to take another break and get a hold of Mr. Stanley?
Well, I see him up there, and I guess I can try and
poke him with some stick.
Yes. All right, I will try and contact him again.
I hate to take another break. It's a lot more to go to. Oh, here's his signature.
Mr. Stanley, can you hear us?
Brad, are you there? Brad,
Madam Chair.
yes. Do you have any questions for the applicant on this matter, or do you have any?
Can I be heard?
Yes, you may.
Now, I'm not hearing you, but I agree with you that seems like a very worthwhile project. I've spoken offline to Planner Olander, and she'd given me the answers to my questions, which were all in the affirmative.
Okay,
Sounds like a
great.
good project.
Okay, great.
I'm still not, from a technical standpoint, now at this point, I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Can someone else come on to see if it's just you or if it's something in
Mr.
audio?
Stanley, can you hear me?
Nope.
This is Michael.
No joy.
This is Michael Large. Can you hear me, Mr. Stanley?
No.
Clay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair, I can hear you.
Let's
Mr.
take that
Stanley,
break.
can you hear me?
The video streaming is fine. Donna was able to unmute my line so you can hear me, but in so doing, I lost you guys, where I could hear earlier. So Donna, is this something you can address, or should I log off and log back on, do you think?
I didn't hear your question, Brad. I'm sorry.
Brad's unable to hear us. And so why don't we have him log off and log back on to see if that works?
Okay.
Madam Secretary? Or I'm sorry, Madam Chair? I'll get it right.
Yes.
While that is going
Not
on,
hearing anyone respond, not being able to, and trying to read lips, I'm going to log off and log back on, although I can see that video streaming is perfect. All bars are high, and for some reason I'm being heard but cannot hear everyone else or anyone else. I'm going to log on, log back on. So if you want to take that break you've mentioned, that's fine. I am gone.
So you can't hear us, is that it? He's going...
He's still using
This is Brad.
Brad, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Great. All right.
Okay, who's ready to make a motion?
actually, Madam Chair, I have a question for Ms. Olander, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Olander, in your presentation, there was a discussion about removal under conditions number 1E and 2H.
1H.
Yeah.
What were
1E and 2H.
Yes. And
Okay.
was that your recommendation or was that from the applicant?
So I believe the applicant was working, so the 2H condition is from engineering. And that was a conversation that engineering had with the applicant, and they were in agreement to remove the 2H condition.
Okay.
And then I was in conversation with the applicant about the 1E1, and we concluded that it was not going to work because they were coming in different phases, and that there wasn't going to be just one C of O, that it would be better just to require, and so how this process will move forward, it'll go to every building that comes in through as a building permit, and the landscaping will be looked at that time. So there's another step here that's involved. And so we just want to establish that the applicant understands that they're going to have to meet all the Washoe County landscape requirements, and they understand that. So through the building permit process, we will oversee that the landscaping is per code.
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that because, yeah, I did not want to eliminate 1E. I think landscaping is important, but if it's understood that it'll be phased in with each application or as things are progressing, then I have no problem with that. So.
Yeah, that's the reason we left it in there. We just took out that C of O language. So that's what I'm proposing.
Put that back up of what that C of O language was real quick.
So
it was an elimination of that was written.
So 1E it says all landscaping, irrigation, and screening shall be completed and installed and shall be satisfy the Washoe County. The requirements set forth in the Washoe County Development Code. And then it goes on and says prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, and that's the portion that we're removing. So it'll just end at Washoe County Development Code. So they have to comply with Washoe County Development Code. They don't have to do it by the issuance of the certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to make a motion then?
Madam Chair, I'll attempt to make a motion on this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Go ahead.
Okay, and everyone bear with me as I move through this, but I move that after giving reasoned consideration for the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with amended conditions as presented, special use case permit WSUP 200019 for Silverado Homes NV Inc., having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, that being consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation. And for clarification purposes, it is the removal under conditions. Under 1E, what will be stricken is, quote, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And under 2H, that section will be removed.
Very good. Is there a second?
There is a second. This is Brad Stanley.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 20. Should read it off my agenda. -110015 Black Rock RV Park for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve a special use permit for the establishment of a commercial campground / RV park for use type on 4.86 acres. So do we have the staff person, Dan Cahanel? How do you pronounce his last name? Callahan?
Alone.
For the record.
There you are.
I am here. Sorry, I just got
Great.
pumped up with everything here. So I'm going
Sounds
to share
great.
my screen. And if you could let me know whether or not you guys can all see it, and then I will start my presentation.
We can see it. Thank you.
All right. So Dan Klon for the record. I have before you WSUP 20-0015 for Black Rock RV Park. So the applicant is requesting to establish a commercial campground / RV park use type on 4.86 acres. This parcel is split zoned, 74% general rural, 15% tourist commercial, and 11% parks and recreation. As you can see here, it's located just north of downtown Gerlach, and here is how the breakdown of the zoning is. And here is the site plan for the applicants, which shows a RV park with 20 large spaces and 16 smaller spaces for a total of 32 RV spaces. So I'm going to just go through article by article for the code, so that way we just cover everything and then move through the rest of the presentation that way. So Article 206, which is the high desert modifiers. So the proposed application is affected by the high desert area plan modifiers. General rural is one of those zones that is modified to allow commercial campgrounds and RV parks to be allowed by right, as opposed to what is normally the case. So under Article 302 and 304, a commercial campground or RV park requires the approval of a special use permit and tourist commercial parks and recreation regulatory zones, as well as general rural, but with the modifier, the general rural is allowed by right. So that is why we are here today. Moving on to Article 316, RV parks. Article 316 outlines all of the requirements for an RV park per county code. The application does not meet the required RV park standards as currently presented. It's missing some details on power and sewage hookups, water supply, RV space, and traffic flow. Therefore, I have provided conditions requiring a phasing plan to address all of the issues that are outstanding in order to meet code as intended prior to issuance of permits or a business license. Article 406, building placement. The application meets all the required setback and height requirements for the various zoning requirements. So parks and recreation, general rural, and tourist commercial. Article 410, the applicant will meet the code requirements for parking standards. That's just a requirement. Staff had a conversation with the applicant post the staff report being posted, discussing the requirement for paving, which is required under Article 410. Staff has no objections to waiving the paving requirement for spaces and roads, as this maintains the rural character of the area and has been a standard condition of approval, waiving that standard for other high desert area plan SUPs in the last year. That is at the distinction of the Board of Adjustment. Article 412, there was some confusion in the understanding of what applied regarding Article 412 with the application. The applicant did not provide a landscaping plan as they thought that they were exempted. This was incorrect. They're still required to provide 20% of the total developed area as landscaping and 1 tree every 50 feet of street frontage, which totals to 2 trees. And then there are also some additional standards that are found in the high desert area plan, including the requirement for a noxious weed plan, as well as landscaping emphasizing the use of native and low water requirements. Staff has also provided conditions of approval requiring the landscaping plan that meets the requirements outlined in high desert policies 2.2 and 2.8. So notice was sent to 32 affected property owners within 800 feet of the site. And this application was presented to the Citizens Advisory Board up in Gerlach on November 12th. It was approved unanimously. However, there were a number of concerns brought up, including length of stay of the guests, which is limited by code of pet policy. Specifically, they wanted to make sure dogs would be allowed, maintaining dark skies, which is required under high desert policy 2.5, and modifying the fence height to be 4 feet in height as opposed to the required 6 feet in height, which better preserves the community character, as well as parking ATVs and trailers on site as opposed to along the streets, which have been provided in the conditions included in the staff report. Therefore, with the conditions provided, staff is able to make all 5 of the required special use permit findings, including consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and there is no effect on a military installation. Therefore, staff is recommending that the board approve the special use permit with the recommended conditions of approval, and I've provided a possible motion for your convenience. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you. How do you pronounce your last name?
Kalan. So you just
Kalan.
You get rid of the H and the E.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
I'll just call you Dan.
That works too.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for the staff? Brad Stanley.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. Kwan, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. You mentioned that the length of stay was determined by code. What is the code say about that?
I believe it is 60 days. I will double check that for you momentarily, just because I'd rather quote it to you than specifically state it. Give me a moment. So code states that it is 16. All right.
Madam Chair,
Under 110, 316.50 prohibitions, residency limit is subsection A. Rental and occupancy space shall be limited to 60 consecutive days, except for a caretaker or manager.
Okay. Thank you very much. And speaking of caretaker or manager, I may have missed it, but I know one of the issues was would there be on-site supervision given the pool and so forth.
Based on the response given to the CAB, the applicant is happy to have an on-site manager there full-time. We believe that is stated in the response to the CAB notes, and I believe Exhibit B, but you can also verify that with the applicant as they give their presentation.
Okay, and I think you just verified it for me, so that's great. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions for the staff?
Yes, I do. Mr. Colon, help me work through this. On Article 316, there's a full page that lists yes, no, whether there's compliance or not.
Yes.
And within that, there are 10 areas or items in which they are not in compliance with or wouldn't be in compliance with. So help me get through this as to how I would approve this when there's 10 items that they're not complying with or not in compliance with.
So staff is requiring a phase. The proposed application is stating that they want to build this in phases. Staff is requiring a phasing plan to include all of the requirements that are not specifically outlined. I believe that is a moment. Condition 1E, which specifically requires the number and proposed timing of each phase, location and type of lighting in accordance with code, location of all proposed hookup facilities in accordance with code, outline in total area for the proposed recreation areas in accordance with code, location of each potable water source and 100-foot buffer from that point in accordance with code, as all spaces proposed within each phase shall be within 100 feet of a potable water source, dimensions of all RV spaces and interior roadways in accordance with code, and height and location of screens in accordance with code. So basically, we're requiring that they meet all of the standards that they are required to meet before they either obtain a building permit in order to build out these spaces or obtain a business license. So we are requiring them to meet code at that point, as opposed to here, where we're discussing the use and whether or not it is meeting the five conditions or findings that we're required to make. Staff is able to make those 5 findings. However, they still need to meet code.
Within your conditions, it does, like you say, number 1 says number and proposed timing of each phase. How many phases are there and how long is this projected to be before all the phases are completed?
At this point in time, I would direct you to ask that question of the applicant because they will have a better understanding of what their financial capacity is.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious. So this could be a 10-year phase. I guess I'm just being rhetorical here, and maybe I'll just ask that to them. But okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, let's, is the applicant available to give a overview of the project? Is that Mike Riley?
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation, representing BlackRock City Properties. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
I did have a presentation. I think Dan did a pretty good job. My presentation is a little bit repetitive of what Dan presented. There are a few issues, obviously, that I'd like to address. The first being that we do wish to use an all-weather surface for the rather than internal paving within the park. Because of the rural character of the area and the comments we received from the CAB, I think it's more consistent with the idea that this is more of a campground, not an urban RV resort, so to speak, and it kind of sticks with the theme. To address the issue of the on-site manager, there is an existing modular home on site now. That will be the manager's quarters. So yes, there will be somebody on site to enforce the park rules and regulations. As far as the phasing goes, that is largely going to be dependent on demand. We think that there's going to be a great demand with hunters and whatnot, since there are really no developed camping facilities in the town of Gerlach right now. But the phasing will be largely dependent upon the demand itself. And interestingly enough, this site was actually originally built to be a public park. It was done, the citizens of the town had the idea to build the existing pool, showers, and restrooms was going to be a public park fed by the hot springs. However, the health department had issue with the water quality in the pool. So ultimately it was sold to BlackRock City Properties. The original plan called for an RV park and a campground at the site. So it's really finishing out what was originally envisioned for the property. And it's really got all the infrastructure there to serve it because of that. So we think the phase plan will be good to see how much demand there is. And we are in agreement with all the conditions, the way Dan has written it, to make sure that everything is to code when it's said and done, so to speak. The phasing overall, I could see taking anywhere probably between 5 to 10 years, depending on the demand, or if the demand's not there, maybe the spaces become larger, for example. That's another option. So we do appreciate the way the condition is written to allow a little bit of flexibility there. And I think that's great. This was presented not only to the Citizens Advisory Board that was very supportive, but as well as to the General Improvement District that will be serving the sewer and water, and they approved the project as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Thomas, go ahead.
Mr. Riley, I guess my concern is you know, a phased-in approach. It's not definitive how long that goes for. And like I said, if you get half of the park done and you never complete the other half, then you don't have to complete all the phased-in requirements. I'm going to speak out of school here, but I know there's other countries I have been to that when you look on the roofs, there's rebar sticking up. And the reason the rebar is sticking up because they don't have to pay taxes or claim that it is completed until all that's done. So they live there for the rest of their life, never completing the project. So my concern is yes, there's phased-in approaches for several different things, but where's the benchmark to decide that we've reached a point where they should actually be put in place? So can you help me out?
If Dan wants to jump in, if I speak out of turn, Dan, please jump in. But it's my understanding that as the phases are going through, will be checked for compliance with code for those individual phases. So it's nothing that will be left incomplete, so to speak. It would be on a conforming phase by phase basis. Dan, is that a correct statement?
That would be how I would look at it. I agree with Commissioner that it may be a better idea to further clarify that and state in the conditions that each phase shall meet code at the completion of each phase, such that it's very clear in case another planner picks up on this midway.
Can I jump in here, Dan? Actually, through the chair. My recommendation is to amend condition 1C. It looks like the initial permits need to be submitted within 2 years, but I would recommend putting a final time frame. I don't know if you want to give them 6 years, something like that, where all phases will be complete. I would work that into condition 1C. I think that would provide a lot of clarity for any future planners that look at this, pick this up.
And how would you say that then? The applicant shall submit construction plans with all information necessary for a comprehensive review by Washoe County, issued within 2 years of the date of approval of Washoe County.
And then after that, say all phases of this development must be completed within X years. And I would negotiate with the applicant on what that time frame is. That would be my recommendation.
If I could add in, I don't think we're condition being worded that way. I know just based on timing of getting things going and the applicant's timelines, we would really like to be able to go out as to 10 years total in that, but that would be our preference, but we have no objection to the condition being worded as such.
Okay, so we could say all phases of development should be completed within 10 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Brad Stanley with a question for the,
however the county interprets that.
Either Mike or the planner.
Dan Galon is the planner?
That'd be fine. Are all the phases, is it clear that those, all of those will be to the then code? For an example, if it changes and Gerlach becomes a major metropolitan area and code changes, that the phasing will be based on that current code?
So I believe that this is more of a legal question in terms of what code it is under. My understanding is that Article 316 would still apply regardless in terms of how it is implemented, but I would defer to Mike Large on whether or not it would be applied if the status of Gerlach changes from being within the county to outside of the county, if that's your question, correct?
My question really was, will the phases be based on the code, whichever code and applies at that time, that is current to that particular phase, as opposed to the code as it exists now?
The current code at the time.
Go ahead, Trevor.
The current code at the time.
Trevor, do you want to answer? Do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
Well, if you don't mind, my understanding is that we apply the code that is in place now in terms of the development code standards. Building code, you will have to meet the building standards at the time of that you submit any building plans, for any building permits. That is my understanding. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
That is my understanding as well. The current code applies to this SUP.
Correct.
The building aspects of it will apply to when it is actually built. So that code, it will vary from time to time. So if they don't get started until 5 years from now, that's going to be the building code that applies.
So if I may, if that code changes, then this project would continue to be grandfathered in for a decade.
Under the current development code, for example, Mr. Stanley, if our grading code changes, they are not subject to the new grading standards. They are subject to the grading standards that are in place at this time. So it goes with the special use permit that is approved at this time. But building, that aspect is a whole different animal. So we need to separate those two. Does that make sense?
I heard what you said.
Okay, so do you have any further questions?
Chair?
Yes?
I guess this is for Mr. Lloyd. For our motion, can we get either something in writing or a little bit more clarification as to what you stated would probably be appropriate under 1C? Unless the chairwoman has written it down and is willing to.
I have written it
Hear
down.
that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, I also have another question for Mr. Riley, real quick.
Go ahead.
And that is, I noticed within your documentation for the Black Rock RV Park, you indicated that under the history, that this space was used basically as a staging area for Burning Man, in which there was, I guess, some heavy equipment that was stored there in the past. And I'm just curious, is that still going to be on site at that location, or are you moving that stuff?
No, so when this goes through, that this will be a year-round open to the public RV park. There is a chance that it will be closed during the event itself. We did make it a commitment to the cab that we would not be open for the dump station on site, would not be open for RVs coming in and out of Burning Man to either get water or dump their tanks. That was a request of the cab, and we agreed to that. The idea is to make this kind of a year-round RV park now, and not as much of a staging area as it's been. Granted, in the months up and down, there may be open spaces may be used by Burning Man employees, but they would be subject to all the stipulations in the special use permit in terms of length of stay and that sort of thing.
And one last question. Are you also limiting the size, or I should say the length of an RV that can be put on site?
So the spaces themselves will dictate that. The on-site manager will be able to determine if there's room for the vehicle they have, and they'll be able to make reservations in advance and that sort of thing as well, similar to what any standard campground would have.
Right. I know in some like national parks, you can't be over like 34 feet, 35 feet. I didn't know if you are going to actually have that and have that posted ahead of time or something.
Yeah, as designed, some of the spaces can accommodate very large RVs, or for example, a motorhome pulling a trailer with an ATV on it, which we think is going to be a big percentage of for example, the hunters that come in. So the spaces have been designed as such that they can either fit entirely within the space or fit side by side, where they could park the RV and the trailer next to it. The smaller spaces that won't be able to accommodate that, obviously the management will work through that either through the reservations or if there's a drop-in, whether spaces are available or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of Mr. White, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Trevor, processing what you said, you don't anticipate any downside with an open-ended SUP, take that back, with an SUP that extends for 10 years. There's no downside to that we should be concerned with?
That's a very good question. And that for that very reason, it's not very typical that we extend the life of these special use permits out beyond more than a decade. That's very unusual. 10 years, that's, it's going to be a judgment call by this board if that's appropriate, if it's too long. Again, it's really up to the discretion of this board. But I understand the question that you're asking, and codes do change from time to time. You need to look at all of the aspects of this request, look at the location, look at, what is the potential risk, and that needs to be weighed as part of your decision.
Right. Thank you. May I ask you one more question then? If I don't, on my tenure here, I don't recall, my previous CAT experience, I recall an SUP that had a timeline of 10 years. But since this has been in phases, is there a process by which the SUP can be renewed based on the phase?
And I apologize, Mr. Stanley, I'm really struggling. You're coming in a little muffled. Can you repeat just that last part, that last sentence?
Sure. The project is, a good project, is being anticipated to be done in phases.
Right.
Laws and the environment change. is there a process by which the SUP can be linked to whichever phase the applicant or project is in at that time?
Let's see if I understand the question right. So you're saying if there are drastic changes maybe in the environment or some other thing, can we link the phases to that change? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Not exactly. What I was asking is, can we tie the length of the SUP, so it needs to be renewed as you move through the phases? And in some cases, I would anticipate it would be just everything's fine, let's continue.
You could. I'll be honest.
Please.
I don't typically like to do that. So setting up timelines for each one of the phases, we've done that in the past. It becomes a bit of a challenge meeting those phases or trying to tie it all together. I prefer just having, I like what they've done with the first part of it, getting construction within 2 years, and then giving them a set deadline. That would be my preference if I'm going to be, from staff's perspective, enforcing a special use permit of this nature.
Okay. And one last one. Your opening bid was 6 years. Is that easier? And does it address more my concerns than, say, 10 years?
If I could address that, maybe the special use permit is basically to allow the use for a certain amount of time. And the phases of construction will be reviewed by the building department, and they have to comply with their codes at that time and also their expiration dates. So it could expire, their building permits expire, and then they have to renew their building permit, So I think that construction phase will be more controlled by a building permit than the special use permit is just allowing the use and the overall concept of the thing. Is that kind of true?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah. Does that help? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, do we have
If I
public
could just
comment?
add one other thing, is the majority of the construction that would occur on site as far as the facilities is already in place. So the restrooms, the showers, the modular home, that's already there. So it's really, in terms of, making sure that we meet code in terms of the sewer lines and water lines and that sort of thing. And obviously with landscaping and that and whatnot. So there won't be much new construction in terms of buildings and that sort of thing on site.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, did we do public comments? I forgot.
No, we have not.
Okay, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this?
We have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. And are we ready to discuss? Do we have discussion, questions with the board? Brad, Clay?
Thank you. My questions were largely answered by Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Lilly.
Okay, sounds good. Is there, can we make a motion?
Before I make the
Do
motion.
you want me to make the motion since I have it written down, the
If you wish,
amended?
but before we do that, I'm still struggling with the amount of unknowns on this item, whether it be landscape or whether it be 10 of the items that that'll be unknown and it'll be phased in, and we don't really have a time frame for a phased in approach unless we want to put something of that into a condition of no longer than or no later than 6 years. This project has to be completed, or it has to come back to the Board of Adjustment for review again. I mean, that's not my area of expertise, but it has been discussed about how long is it going to take and what does that mean over an extended period of time? That's my concerns at this moment in time. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion to address that comment? I know you may not want to hear from me. I apologize, but hate to interrupt.
Go ahead, yeah.
So I think, and I understand where Mr. Thomas is concerned, and part of this extended phasing thing is obviously the COVID has had a significant impact on the financial abilities of Black Rock City Properties at the current time. What I think might be reasonable is if we could put in that phasing plan a condition that requires, is if it's not complete within 6 years, that we come back to the board for a review and status of where we're at, and then that could be, a determination whether or not to grant the additional time.
Okay, yeah, 6 years with the option of coming back to the board for an extension.
Right.
Do you agree with that, applicant, Mr. Raley?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just would like to hear from Mr. Lloyd if that puts his department in any type of bind, or if he's okay with that.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I raised that with Mr. Kalan earlier as well. I think we would probably be more comfortable either varying certain standards if we can, or requiring them prior to issuance of a business license. I'd like to hear the applicant, Mr. Raley, weigh in on that, because these are standards that come right out of our development code, and I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
In terms of the timing, or
Mr. Board Member Thomas raises a very good question. These are standards that we really need to tighten before we move forward and allow for the issuance of an SUP in this matter. What is the time frame in terms of your expectation? Were you hoping to get this started, see how it works, and then complete all of the standards? I know they seem a little burdensome. I get that, and I'm hoping there's some flexibility that can be offered. But what is your thought?
Right, and that's if you look at our application, we kind of explained that based on the unknown demand, the restrictions that obviously the financial hardships that COVID has caused, and the ability to get started right away. Which is why we kind of wanted to start off slow and kind of build the business, so to speak, as it goes along. I think that, if it's not up and running at that point at the 6-year mark, that's why I suggested that review to make sure. But I understand that we will have to meet code as we go along as part of that phasing plan.
My question maybe to the board, would it be appropriate to tie it to a number of units, a number of lots throughout the RV park? Would that be appropriate? So at least that gives the applicant an opportunity to get started. And then after the number, 10, just throwing a number out there, 10 units, then they have to complete all of the code required. And I'll ask our attorney this question too. Do we have to vary certain standards up into a certain limit? I'm putting you on the spot, Mike.
Well, we would, it would complicate matters to do that in terms of that, in terms of what, in the obligations on it. I understand both the applicant and development code side. Mr. Kalan, do you want to say something?
As it's currently written, they're required to submit this phasing plan to meet all of the code requirements prior to either business license or building permit issuance. So we will be required to have all these plans to be built to the extent that they're going to be built before a business license will be issued. So I believe the question here is really discussing whether or not the entire thing will be built out, correct?
That's the question.
That's the question.
Yeah.
So if this was any other special use permit, and say it was for a commercial stables and they only built 3 of the 10 permitted stables, would this be an issue?
Well, here,
Is that
to further
rhetorical?
complicate, to further
Yes.
complicate matters, to further complicate matters, I see where you're coming from with a phasing plan. I think the recommendation, as I understand it from Dan, moving forward, is that the infrastructure improvements need to be consistent with the approved phasing. So we're not going to require, for example, complete landscaping when you only have a portion of the site developed. Is my understanding correct, Dan?
If we want to make it very clear that all phases shall be in accordance with the development, then we can just add that to make it extremely clear. That was my intention. My original intention was to look at this as I need to see everything before you can move forward. Period.
Right.
Meet code.
It's our understanding as the applicant that, for example, if we came in and built the first 10 sites, those sites would meet the code. We wouldn't be required to provide, for example, power boxes to 36 sites in the first phase and take on those expenditures. It would only apply to what was being done within that phase.
Madam Chair, this is Brad Stanley with a general remark. And my concern from a business standpoint is that we're being asked here to agree to what is essentially an open-ended obligation. And Mr. Thomas is approaching it one way and I'm approaching it another. And we can understand Mr. Raley has business needs of his own. But as I think Clay mentioned, it's kind of hard to see right now what's actually in this bag that we're being expected to sign off on.
I think the confusion lies in that that this could somehow be a somehow unfinished project forever, and that I think the phasing plan is the check system for that, because each phase would have to be in compliance. So if for some reason, say the first two phases, I'm thinking worst case scenario, the first two phases were built, the rest was never built, everything that was there would conform with the code in terms of the landscaping, lighting, that sort of thing. So there's no chance that you would be left with an eyesore, so to speak. That's I think the purpose of the phasing plan, and what is our understanding of how this would be phased, is that you couldn't do something that didn't meet code, but you may not have to do the entire master plan all at once, which I think is fairly common for residential, commercial, and even industrial projects, that they have a phased approach, but within each phase, it has to meet code.
Madam Chair, this is Clay Thomas. I guess where I'm kind of coming from is I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good project. Don't get me wrong there. I think you will do well out there, and I think it's something that's needed. My concern is like I said, for me, there's just a lot of unknowns. And I know Mr. Kalan said, well, you can't do anything like occupancy or building permits until it's done. Well, that would indicate to me that the whole project has to be done before a certificate of occupancy would be issued. And Mr. Raley isn't asking for that. He's asking kind of to do it in phases. So which is it for me? Is it everything has to be done and then you get your certificates and you can go ahead and operate? Or do we do it in a phased-in approach? And if we do it in a phased-in approach, what is the expectations of each phase that we can all agree on to go forward with? That's where someone has to help me get there.
I'll go ahead and weigh in. As I understand it, I believe that each phase will be required to meet its the required code. What is that for, Dan? 418. I'm sorry. Whatever code provision that is.
316, 20 through 40.
Right. But they don't need to complete the necessary infrastructure and services for the entire project. They only need to complete it for that portion of the project, that phase of the development. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. Is that correct?
That was my understanding. I just want to see it meets code before we sign off on anything moving forward.
Right.
And that's our understanding as well.
Does that clear it up for you, Board Member Thomas?
Okay, so under this page that I'm looking at, that is Article 316, required standards, there is no lighting. There is no paving. There is no water supply. There is no pull through spaces. There's no minimum net area, no minimum width, no internal roads, no exterior screening, and no screening placement. So
listed on the plans.
Yeah, listed on the plan. So those would actually have to be done in whatever phase one at least, for phase one at least.
Those would need to be done on the plan and phased accordingly.
Okay, and how many, and this is where we need to decide how many units have to be up before there's lighting or paving? Is that rests with us to make that decision?
I believe the intent here, and I think this is where we're having an issue, and I think this might be solved with a condition stating that each phase shall meet code as it stands alone.
Okay.
I would like to request, and the board has the ability to waive the paving requirements. We would like to include that.
Right, I know that was mentioned.
What's an all-weather surface? Is that gravel?
It would be gravel or road base type material.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is probably for the planning department and the applicant as well. But as everybody, I think, is saying, it's a great project. I'm wondering, is this something that needs to be made more complete or more specific, or the conditions that we've been talking about here as part of the SUP itself, or are we building this as we go?
I don't know. I think the way that it's being proposed and approved is that with every phase, if it adds 6 spots, they have to have water, they have to have sewer, they have to have lighting, they have to have all these things. And it doesn't have to be for the entire site, but it has to be for what's being proposed in that phase, Right. So is that, so it seems like it will comply with that phase. It doesn't have to be for the entire site. And I think that's sufficient for my purposes. I mean, that's all I can ask. And if we say, we approve this for the different phases that are being proposed and, give it a 6-year time frame. And within 6 years, if it needs more phases or more development, we can do that.
Yeah. If I may.
So Dan is putting up.
Could we ask Mr. Lloyd or Mr. Collins to read this as it should be voted on?
Did you write that, Brad? In green print?
I wrote everything.
I have no idea who wrote the screen.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm seeing your box up there and then, each phase shall meet code in its entirety. Correct. Yeah, there we go. That addresses that problem, right? That's how I see it. Is that okay, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Madam Chair, that I can live with that.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Stanley?
Okay, I like the green.
Yeah.
That's the pleasure.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I think the public hearing is closed. We've discussed it between the board. We've checked off all our lists. So are we ready for a motion? Mr. Large?
Yes.
Why am I? I'm seeing your picture there.
I can't make a motion.
I know. Dan, can you take, how can we see that and see what everybody's doing?
There we go.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair, it would just be conditions as amended, I believe.
It would be conditions submitted by Mr. Kalan at the meeting.
okay. Sounds good. Would someone like to make that motion? Okay, I guess I will. I'm the motion person today. I can find it. So dark. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0015 for Black Rock City LLC for the following request: establishment of a commercial campground RV park, use type. 2, requests to vary parking and landscaping standards as recommended in the conditions of approval in Exhibit A, having made all 5 and also the amended conditions as proposed by staff, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, including consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on a military installation. Is there a second?
I would like to second that.
Madam Chairperson, I just want to make sure that we got the condition in terms of the paving and no paving.
Right, request to,
Request by the applicant to modify the paving condition. I just want to make sure that.
Request to modify the paving condition and have all the phases meet the current code requirements. Okay, is there a second?
It is.
Okay, is there, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, the next item on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 20-0017 Amundsen Roofing for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve the establishment of a construction, sales, and services use type in accordance with the South Valley's area plan, Old Washoe City Historic Commercial District Character Management Area. This is Dan Kalan again. Would you like to introduce that project, Dan?
Sure. Dan Kalan again for the record. I have before you WSUP 20-0017 for Amundsen Roofing. I will try to keep this very short and sweet, as this is nowhere near as complicated as the last one. So the applicant is requesting to establish a construction, sales, and services use type in accordance with South Valley's area plan, Old Washoe City Historic Commercial District Character Management Area. The subject parcel is zoned general commercial. This is the vicinity map. As you can see, this parcel is located at the north end of the Old Washoe City Character Management Area, just slightly north of the intersection of 395 and I-580. Here's the site plan. It's an office building with a warehouse connected to it. We're going to go through this very quickly. Article 302 and 304, allowed uses, construction, sales, and services use types require approval of a special use permit. For Article 110-302-0503, I believe that's the table. It's also required specifically for the Old Washoe City Historic Character Management Area per the area plan. The building meets all of the side and front, side, rear height setbacks for general commercial. The building will meet the parking requirements and standards. These are 17 spaces, 4 spaces for the office space, 13 spaces for the warehouse area. And the applicant is also required to provide 5 loading spaces as per code. Landscaping. Again, there's an issue in terms of landscaping being provided at the special use permit stage. The applicant is required to provide these landscaping regulations per code, 110, 412, 45, 20% of the developed area needs to be landscaped, 1 tree every 50 feet for street frontage, 1 tree every 20 feet for residential use buffers, and a 6 to 7 foot high fence or decorative wall to screen for residential uses, and then 1 tree every 10 spaces. Additionally, within the South Valleys area plan, there's a requirement for a noxious weed plan, as well as landscaping, emphasizing the use of native and low water requirements. Staff has provided conditions of approval to have a landscaping plan that provides for the noxious weed plan and low water requirements as outlined in the South Valleys area plan. The big issue on this one is that there are potential wetlands. It is impacted by potential wetlands along the eastern property line, and South Valleys Policy 27.3 outlines that development proposals that impact any area designated potential wetlands on a development suitability map must conduct a wetlands delineation study and obtain Army Corps of Engineers certification of the proposed wetlands. Therefore, staff is required a wetlands delineation study within the conditions of approval. This is the subject parcel as well as the potential wetlands. It is very, very slight, but there is a slight area that is potential wetlands along the eastern property line. You can see it. I don't know. It's hard to see even with my younger eyes, but there's this little green sliver there, and that's the reason why we are conditioning a wetlands delineation study. Notice was sent to 37 property owners, 750 feet from the site. We presented it to the Citizens Advisory Board on November 5th. The CAD had no comments, and they voted unanimously in favor of this project. Staff is able to make all 5 of the special use permit findings, and therefore recommends that the board approve the special use permit with conditions. And I provide a motion for your convenience. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff? Seeing none?
Not from Brad Stanley.
Yes, Mr. Stanley?
No questions.
Oh, no questions? Very good. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I'm looking at the conditions of approval, and it's 1 page that has 4 bullet points in it.
That does not sound right. Give me a moment.
No, I have many pages.
Maybe I'm looking under, it's under, right, maybe I missed it. It's under Exhibit A, so.
6 pages.
Conditions of approval are past the motion that's on page, Exhibit A.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, with the Washoe County behind it, all right. Did that include, and that included the landscaping with the trees, is that correct?
Landscaping with the trees is required per code. We are requiring the landscaping plan to include the requirements of the noxious weed plan, as well as outlining the vegetation species, number of plants, native status, and anticipated water use, low, medium, or high, as well as calculations of the total landscape area.
And I guess what I guess for point of clarification is when you describe the surrounding area, it says there's a single family residence to the south, but there's also a parcel that's currently undeveloped. And I'm going to say, I think that's maybe the southwest. Is that a residential lot also?
It is zoned residential, but per our code, it's not a residential use yet. It is currently vacant. So there's no screening required there.
So if it's vacant, there's no screening required. So if someone then moves into that lot, then would he have to put it up afterward, or that is it's just bypassed?
then they would have been coming to the nuisance, so they would have come there knowing that there was no screening there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, is the applicant available?
Evening once again, for the
Was that
record,
Miss-
Mike Whaley with Christie Corporation representing Emerson Roofing. I had a presentation. I don't think it's necessary. Dan did a great job in his presentation covering all the issues. We are in agreement with the conditions, and we're just here to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment?
I have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any questions for the applicant from the board? No? Okay.
Excuse me, this is Brad Stanley.
Yes.
Mike, have you been in touch or been contacted by the Corps of Engineers?
No, in fact, it appears as if there's no wetlands at all on the site. If you go out to the site and actually walk it, it's dry. There's no sign of it, of any aquatic species or any kind of plant material that would reflect a wetlands. So I think it will be a fairly simple determination to make. If you look a little further to the east, there's definitely some wetlands, but this site appears to be high and dry, and even the area that's identified on that constraints map is not proposed to be developed with a building or anything like that. So I don't see that as being an issue.
Just as an FYI, you might want to look into something called a dry wetland. That phrase came about during the processing of the connector. And that oxymoron may or may not be in code somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, that's a condition of approval regardless, right? To have that Army Corps report?
Yes, that is in accordance with the master plan for the area plan down there.
Yeah, I've done that many times. I mean, the Army Corps maps show wetlands all over the place. There's not, but it's they'll work with you on that. So let's see. So we take it back to the board if we don't have any more questions or comments to discuss between the board members.
Right.
You guys see any problem with this project or any issues or concerns? Me neither.
And it looks like a clean package and a good project, and everybody knows what's here.
Oh, yeah? Okay, are we ready to make a motion then?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained within the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0017 for Sector 9 LLC, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, that being consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation.
Great. Do we have a second?
I second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And so the next item on the agenda is special use permit case WSUP 20-0018, Truckee Meadows Fire Station number 37. Chris Brownsnick. Is he around? No?
I believe, aren't we on the 20-001? Rollins
Oh,
Garage?
Rollins Garage? Okay. I'm sorry. Continue here. I thought.
Yes, I believe we're on agenda item 9.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. Okay, the next item is 9H, Administrative Permit Case WAD-MIN 20-0011 Rollins Garage for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve an administrative permit for the construction of a 4,000 square foot detached accessory structure, which is larger than the primary residence. And we got Chris Brosnick on this, huh? Is he around? Staff?
We do. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, yes. Hi.
Good evening. So Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. Today we're looking at WADMIN 20-11. This is for Matthew Rawlings, and it is for a detached accessory structure larger than the principal residence on the property. The proposed detached accessory structure is going to be 4,000 square feet. It is on a 5-acre parcel, and it's located within the Sun Valley area, to the north within the Highland Ranch area. The site is split zoned. We have low density suburban for the bulk of the property, and then general rural to the south and east. Garage will be built on the low density suburban portion of the property. I provided a site plan. As you can see, in yellow is where the proposed garage is. To the west on this document is where the 900 square foot existing mobile home is. That large, or well, semi-large box in the middle of the site is actually the leach field. So this proposed detached accessory structure is not intended to contain any features that would create a residence. No kitchen is proposed, no plumbing is proposed. However, the applicant is proposing to have this contain electric. This structure will meet all required setbacks. And as mentioned, there is that existing 900 square foot mobile home on the property. So notice was sent to 51 property owners, and the Sun Valley Citizen Advisory Board did not meet during this review cycle. Staff did not receive any worksheets or recommendations of denial from the Citizen Advisory Board. The 5 required findings are consistency with master plan, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and an effect on a military installation. After a thorough review of the application, staff was able to make all 5 required findings. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I provided a possible motion for you above, as well as within the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Chris, I have a question on the site plan. Where is the 900 square foot residence?
So if you look to the left, I should have highlighted it, and I apologize that I didn't. Can you see my mouse cursor at all?
Yes.
Right here is where the mobile home is.
Oh.
So this is the mobile home. There's a
Okay.
storage container here, storage for electric there. And then there is a leach field here. Where my
Okay. Okay, it was very hard to see the primary use.
I apologize.
That's okay. That's the only question I have. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Brosnick? Chris, could you take your thing off the screen? There you go. Any questions, Clay or Brad? No? Seeing none, is the applicant available for a presentation?
I believe Mr. Rawlings is present for this meeting. He does not have a presentation, but if he is in the attendees list, he should be available for any questions you guys may have.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Rawlings, can you unmute your Microphone? There you go.
Wahoo, sorry, this is my first Zoom meeting.
Yay! You're doing great. So,
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add to Chris Bronzick's staff summary?
No, Chris has been extremely helpful through this whole process. It's taken quite a few months to get the paperwork in and then get everything through and to this point. So I'm ecstatic to be here. This has actually been a pretty cool thing, watching all these other agenda items go through. Very cool. So sorry, that's off subject. To my place, no. I'm just a guy trying to build a big garage at his house. And here we are. So I'm trying to just do the right steps. And the first one is getting this cool permit that we need.
Awesome. Okay, sounds good. Does staff board have any questions for the applicant? No,
This is
seeing
Brad
none.
Stanley, but I'd like to say thank you to the applicant for his comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, so no public comment, Madam Secretary? Or is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Is there any discussion?
Madam Secretary, this is Clay Thomas. I just, I wish I had the land where I could put something that size on it too.
Absolutely 100% of the reason why we had our eye on this land. I want a big garage for everything you would do a big garage, and not too many places. City of Reno is not very friendly with big garages. City of Sparks, same thing. So we had to get a little more rural. And this is, I'm so happy to be here. This is great.
Okay, well, you got to take us all out on your boat. Just kidding.
No, I wish I had a boat. It's just an RV. It's an RV, so you can come camping if you'd like. It smells a little funny in there.
Camping, no.
Okay, it's cold.
Okay, so anyway, since there's no questions for the applicant and no public hearing, we'll bring it back to the board and no questions. So does anybody want to make a motion?
Madam Secretary, it's Clay Thomas. I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I move that after giving reasons consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WADMIN 20-0011 for Matthew Rollings, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Development Code section 110.808.25, that being consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on military installation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, special use permit case number WSUP, did I do some wrong? WSUP 20-0018, Truckee Meadows Fire Station, number 37, for possible action, hearing, discussion to approve a special use permit for the redevelopment and improvement of a fire station, safety services, civic use type, located on West Hidden Valley Drive. The subject is zone medium density suburban. The proposal replaces an existing facility with a single larger building, including administrative offices and apparatus bay, and improvement to an existing single-family residence utilized by the on-duty fire crew. And the Chris Bronzick is on again.
Thank you, Chris Bronzick. Chris Bronzick, Washoe County Planning. So this case is WSUP 20-18. It is for Truckee Meadows Fire Station number 37.
Looks great.
So as mentioned, the request is for the redevelopment and improvement of a fire station. So this is a safety services civic use type, which is required to go through a special use permit process. There is an existing special use permit that was approved in 2012 that would allow for a manufactured home to be constructed on the property and it meet commercial code standards. That currently is where the majority of the offices are for the existing fire station as is today. The reason this is coming back and coming before you for a special use permit is because that SUP was meant to be temporary. It was meant to expire in 2021. And due to the redevelopment and the purchase of an adjacent property to facilitate this redevelopment, the expansion would already constitute a requirement to go back through the special use permit process. So that is why this is before you today. The proposal is to replace all the existing facilities with a single larger building, which will include administrative offices, an apparatus bay, and improvements to the existing single-family residence utilized by the on-duty fire crew. Some of the improvements include taking the master bedroom quarters within that existing residence to create 2 rooms within it to allow for more space for the on-duty crew. This subject site is zoned medium-density suburban. I provided a vicinity map for you. The request does involve 4 parcels, one of which is owned by the city of Reno. That parcel that is owned by the city of Reno has not been conveyed into the county yet. However, that land was granted to Washoe County in 2019. It was roughly 7,000 square feet, and it was granted to us at no cost. So I provided a site plan here with some colorful boxes to give you a better idea of what actually is happening. So the red box is the single-family residence. It is an existing residence that Truckee Meadows Fire went through the process of getting approval to purchase that lot to be used as part of this redevelopment project. That orange parcel is the existing fire station, the existing lot. To the southeast is a green triangle. That is the final lot that is currently owned by Truckee Meadows Fire. The land that was granted to Washoe County, the land that is owned by the city of Reno is this blue area. So Boynton Slough area, and then a sliver of land where the development is going to occur. This yellow line is to delineate the land that was conveyed to the county through the resolution process in 2019. One of the conditions of approval for this site is, first, they need to convey that 7,000 square feet into county jurisdiction. And the second condition of approval that goes along with this is for all 4 lots to be completed as a reversion to acreage. So all will be 1 lot. I provided a floor plan that was given to us. As you can see, they've got the apparatus bay that is going to be able to equip 2 fire trucks and additional equipment, a single connection area from the proposed apparatus bay over to the existing single-family residence. Their intent is to make it one streamlined, eye-catching structure. So with these existing facilities, the larger building is going to include a 2,670 square foot apparatus bay, a 1,500 square foot administrative offices, and the main structure will be approximately 4,200 square feet in size. So as part of this application, they noted that the public lobby, the ADA restrooms, and the fire riser rooms are arranged along the public face of the new structure, the new development. And this is to create a primary public interest, but it's also to create an area that has direct visibility from the on-duty crew. The materials proposed for the apparatus bay will match the residential character of the existing neighborhood. And the apparatus bay is proposed to begin construction in June of 2021. However, the remodeling associated with the existing single-family residence is going to begin as soon as the approval process takes place and after the required appeal process. So notice was sent to 43 property owners, and this item was heard at the Southwest Truckee Meadows Washoe Valley Citizen Advisory Board meeting on November 5th. This item was unanimously recommended for approval by the Citizen Advisory Board. Above, in front of you is the special use permit findings, consistency, improvement, site suitability, and issuance not detrimental. Staff was able to make all the required findings. And I've provided a possible motion. So staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Do we have any questions for Chris from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question about this excellent and very well-deserved project for Mr. Large, I think.
Okay.
Mike, do you have any concerns, legal concerns, about the property not yet being conveyed from the city?
I do not. It's been dedicated. It's been dedicated to the county, and it's currently. I mean, I know that it hasn't been fully vetted, but no, I don't have any qualms about that.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay, Chris, could you take down your presentation? Thank you. And is there any other questions for staff? No?
No.
Oh, you're back. Okay, is the applicant available? Is that you?
Madam Chair, Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers representing the applicant Truckee Meadows Fire District. I do have a quick presentation. I think Chris covered everything. There's just a couple slides. If it pleases the board members, I just want to touch on a couple things. Would that be okay? You're shaking your head no. Do you want me to just be done?
Yeah. We have a long agenda. It's been a long
I know.
day. We love this project. I don't think it'll change our mind at all.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, is there any, Madam Secretary, does anybody have any questions for the applicant? No. Okay. Is there any public comment, Madam Secretary?
We have no public comment.
Great. So we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I didn't ask if there were any disclosures, but are there any disclosures that we need to make? No. Okay. Any discussion among the board? Is someone ready to make a motion?
Madam Chair, it's a great project.
Yes.
And very well deserved and very well laid out.
Pardon me?
It's an excellent project, extremely well deserved, and very well laid out.
I think so too. Are you ready to make a motion?
I think given my comm problems, someone else might want to do that.
Madam Chair, this is Clay Thomas. I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I move that after given reasoned consideration of the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0018 for Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code, section 110.810.30, that being consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I would like to second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Ms. Huggins,
You too.
Chief Moore, thank you very much. We see you down there.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda. We're getting down to the end. Yay, last thing. Special use permit case number WSUP 20-0020 Lakeshore Grading for possible action, hearing, and discussion to approve a special use permit to allow for a driveway to traverse a slope of 30% or greater and to construct a permanent earthen structure greater than 4.5 feet in height within the required front yard setback. The proposal is also requesting to vary standards found in Washoe County Code, section 110.438.45. A, to allow slopes in excess of or steeper than 3 horizontal to 1 vertical. And WCC section 110.438.45D to allow retaining walls taller than 1/2 4.5 feet within the front yard setback. Okay, Chris Bronzik, you're on again, I guess. Could you introduce this project to the board?
Yes, thank you. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So this is WSUP 20-20. This is for 447 Lakeshore Boulevard. It is a grading project that is to assist in facilitating a single family residence on this lot. So the request is to permit a driveway to traverse a slope of 30% or greater. The second request is to construct a permanent earthen structure greater than 4.5 feet within the front yard setback. And then the applicant, as part of the special use permit process, is requesting to vary 2 standards. The first being 110.438.45A, which allows slopes in excess of or steeper than 3:1, and 438.45D, which is to allow retaining walls taller than 4.5 feet within the front yard setback. So this is located off of State Route 28 or Lakeshore Boulevard. And I did want to mention some of the NDOT questions and concerns. So I placed those here, but NDOT came back and listed a pretty good amount of conditions associated with this accessing State Route 28. And as seen on the slide, NDOT does require the use of only legal permitted accesses on its state roadways. All driveway accesses and other improvements to the state highway system will be required to comply with the NDOT access management system and standards and terms and conditions related to occupancy permits currently at the time of application. It should also be mentioned that NDOT generally allows direct access to state routes when there are no other means of alternate access available. This site is a very steep location that backs up to Lake Tahoe. And the only form of access as it stands is to State Route 28. So the 2 grading thresholds that trigger the special use permit process are both that 30% or greater slopes with a driveway traversing it, and the earthen structures greater than 4.5 feet. So the actual grading that is being proposed is not as significant as it would look when you look at the plans. They're going to disturb roughly 19,000 square feet of area. Cut is only 150 cubic yards, and fill is roughly 316 cubic yards. So this is the primary crux of this application. The red is the property line. On the north side of this red line is NDOT jurisdiction. So anything that's happening over in that area, Washoe County cannot regulate. That is for NDOT only. However, it appears that the colors that I used are not very visible, but hopefully my cursor can direct you. So this blue wall, we have retaining walls that range from 5 feet 3 inches to the tallest point of 10 feet 2 inches. And this wall is also important for supporting the proposed driveway up that steep slope. Additionally, this western wall, this purple wall, the retaining walls that are proposed here range from 2 feet to 10 feet. So the current site is undeveloped with trees and native vegetation. The site does have considerable steepness. It is constrained. And with the approval of this proposed special use permit, the site will eventually be developed with a large garage and a large single-family residence. It should be noted that the applicant has been working quite diligently with Washoe County. This project has started back in May of 2020. They have also been working a considerable amount with North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District on fire access down the driveway. So it's been a process. They've been great to work with, so I wanted to at least make that known. So the standards that they are requesting to vary are the retaining walls. So within the front yard setback area of a parcel with a residential use or zoned for residential uses. This is zoned for residential use with a proposed residential use coming through. Retaining walls are limited to a maximum 4.5 feet. As mentioned, they've got a retaining wall that goes up to 10 feet 3 inches. Additionally, they're requesting to vary grading standards that shall not result in slopes of in excess or steeper than 3-to-1 slope. That 3-to-1 slope was typically to protect hillside views and hillside development. With this, in this case, the 3-to-1 slopes, they are requesting to vary it down to 2-to-1 slopes. That 2-to-1 slope is going to be at the base of all the retaining walls. That 2-to-1 slope is meant for two reasons. The first is to provide extra support related to the retaining wall structures. The second is to conform with the existing grade that is on the site. So due to the topography of this site, staff is in support of the two requested modifications. Without these modifications, the site would simply be undevelopable. So public notice was sent to 51 parcels. This was heard at the Incline Village Citizen Advisory Board on November 2nd. It was recommended to approve the project 4-to-1. Some of the discussions that came about at that meeting were indemnification for the county if fire engines were damaged, retaining wall height, and building wall height. Staff did receive a public letter in support yesterday afternoon from a Mr. Jeffrey Taylor. I'm going to go ahead and read this off real quick. So the letter states, "To whom it may concern, Crystal Sands LLC is the owner of the property known as 451 Lakeshore Boulevard, approximately 2.3 acres, and is a neighboring parcel to the subject parcel 447 Lakeshore Boulevard, owned by Aqua Verde Investment Groups LLC. Please let this letter serve as our official support in favor of the special use permit variances request that are attached. Thank you in advance for your time. Regards, Jeffrey Taylor, manager of Crystal Sands LLC." So special use permit findings: consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental. Staff is able to make all the required findings throughout the review of this application. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I have provided a possible motion for you on the screen as well as within the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Well, I have a lot of questions. I don't know if other people do, but one of my major questions is the consistency finding. It seems kind of inconsistent, and I'm wondering why a variance wasn't more appropriate instead of a special use permit. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. So I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint presentation real quick. So the reason a special use permit was required are for these two reasons: major grading thresholds. So under Article 438, both of these require a special use permit. Under the special use permit portion of the development code, in 810, Article 810, there is an allowance for the board to vary standards. So when we bring special use permits, such as this one, to the Board of Adjustment, there is that modification and variance allowance within these types of permits. We don't see that varying of standards within tentative maps. We don't see those in administrative permits. This is one of the few that we can do that on.
Okay, and in the staff report included correspondence with the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, and specifically they're all dated October 28th, and it says the NLTFPD has significant operational concerns for emergency vehicle access on this project, and also I think there is another email from Jennifer Donahue that they haven't been working with the applicant.
That is correct. At that time, they weren't. I received an email on Tuesday from Jennifer Donahue that they have been in discussions with the applicant. They have been working through those issues related to fire access, heating of the driveway to keep it snow-free. And that was given to me on Tuesday. So I think it would be best if the applicant jumps on and discusses further on the discussions they've been having with North Lake Tahoe. But part of the process of adding this information in is part of the original agency review. Jennifer Donahue with North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District provided these comments. At the time, these comments were applicable based off of the information that she had received. As full transparency to give you and the other board members the most complete picture, I included both of those emails into the staff report. Due to the recent information that I received from Ms. Donahue, that is why I mentioned that additional information within my presentation.
Did she also address the non-conforming water supply?
Not with me in that email on Tuesday. The non-conforming water supply, my understanding in talking to her further was this can be something that can be conditioned. But again, I think this might be better for the applicant to discuss further.
Okay. Great. Do other board members have questions for staff?
Yes, Madam. Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
No, go ahead, Brad. I'll follow you.
Yeah, I'll try to make this, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. Chris, you may have gone over this and I missed it, but how is this parcel currently zoned?
You're asking about the zoning?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so this parcel is currently zoned medium density suburban, MDS.
Okay. And the gentleman who wrote the supporting letter from his LLC, how is his property zoned?
I believe it's also zoned MDS. I can look real quick and confirm.
Okay. Well, maybe easier. The nearest parcel that actually has a residential MDS compliant structure on it is how far from the parcel in question?
I know the answer.
Directly adjacent to it, to the south at 446 State Route 28 is a existing residence.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Brad, or Clay, do you have questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a quick question. During the CAB, it was voted on 4-1 in favor, but 1 was opposed. Did the individual that opposed this, did they state their reasons for it or what their concerns were? Well, I don't want to call it.
Yes, Chris wasn't there. Roger Pelham presented the item to the CAB, right?
No, I presented. Roger presented the first one. I presented the second. It was 4-1 with, I believe, Sarah being the dissenting
Schmitz.
vote.
Sarah Schmitz, she's on the IVGID board, and her concern was the height of the structure as viewed from the lake is 100 feet tall.
Yes.
That was her concern, and so that's a fact. And not as measured by TRPA
So this is
height requirements.
This is the side view that we received from the applicant to give you an idea of the height. Because of the request that is before us, it is simply for the driveway and to allow for the retaining walls to access the site. Height was not taken into consideration based off of what this case actually is for. But
If you have the elevation that shows it as viewed from the lake, the east elevation, that is more descriptive of how high it is. So 100 feet tall from the top to the bottom. I think it's is it in the staff report?
I've got another document that.
Yeah, it's in our staff packet, I think.
Would this be a better, Christina, is this the image that you are referring to?
No, it's a drawing. It's an elevation of the structure as seen from the east elevation. It's yeah, this structure, this drawing.
Yes.
The exhibit I in our packet.
So Chris, just for my own edification, the reason for the one opposed was basically the visual height or the imposing height of this thing from the lake is what her concern, or that individual's concern was.
That is my understanding, correct. There was other concerns related to accessing State Route 28 as well. That was a considerable part of the Citizen Advisory Board meeting. But NDOT, I believe, addressed that with their conditions of approval that they provided to staff.
Okay. And my only
my
only other question is under number 3, when it says site suitability, and this is the quote, that the site is physically suitable for single-family residential and for the intensity of such a development. How is that site suitable when they have to ask for a special use permit to build on it? I guess that's semi-rhetorical, but it's not. I mean, it's site suitability, but it's really not, because you're coming before the Board of Adjustment requesting special use so you can put a house there. So maybe Lloyd or someone, or you can.
I can answer that, Chris, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Okay. And please keep in mind, this is a legally created parcel. It has a residential designation of medium density suburban. It was always intended to be a residence. We actually sat down with the applicants and their representatives prior to this hearing while Chris was in the analysis and review for the application. And we realized as we were sitting down with them that the only way to build this and develop this legally, legal residential lot is through this process. I don't know how you can get around a special use permit. We examined every possible avenue and came up short. This is the process in order to build that property.
But can I weigh in there?
Wouldn't that make the site unsuitable?
Mr. Thomas, this is site suitability is defined by the development code and based on the zoning of the parcel. So
okay.
It's what Mr. Lloyd is saying. This is medium density suburban. So its intended purpose is for a residence. The only way to do that residence is through the SUP process. So it's two different things that we're discussing here.
Madam Chair, if I may, a question, clarification for Mr. Large. Are we saying then, Mike, that the special use permit for site suitability reason addresses only the driveway and not any potential structure?
The only thing that is before you right now is the grading permit on this, as defined by the action. So whether it's the grading permit and the earthen structure greater than 4.5 feet in height, that's all it's.
What about that 10-foot wall?
I'm sorry, I'm just having to reread the case description. For possible action in a hearing, just to approve the special use permit to allow a driveway to traverse a slope of 30% or greater, and to construct a permanent earthen structure that is greater than 4.5 feet in height with the required front yard setback. So, and then vary the standards. That's all that's before you. The structure is not before you today.
Nor the mechanics of the driveway.
What was that?
Nor the mechanics of the driveway? In other words, how do you get it done?
You allow the slopes in excess that are steeper than 3 to 1. So that's the driveway.
This was an issue that the CAB had, is that they were told they could only look at the grading of the driveway and they couldn't look at the overall project. Well, if we can't look at the overall project, then why do we have all these plans showing the rest of the project? Why aren't we just looking at the cut slope of the road? And also, if we don't approve the cut slope for the road, then it makes the site undevelopable, as said by staff. So is that an option for us, is to deny the special use permit based on the unsuitability of the site for a single family dwelling when it's this cliff area right adjacent to the lake and it's 100 feet high residence?
Madam Chairperson, you have discretion to make the findings on site suitability. In fact, that's your duty to make the findings in terms of site suitability and all the other factors that are required in the SUP. In terms of what site suitability is defined as, in terms of the development code, is what I was answering with Mr. Thomas.
Zoning.
Yeah, that's how the site suitability is in terms of the zoning. This is an appropriate use for that type. A resident is going to be used. That's what the MDS designation is for.
Yeah, well, I think the consistency finding is more of a problem because it doesn't seem consistent with the code because there's so many things that have to be varied, in order to make that finding.
Those are your decisions to make. I mean, that's what this board is here for. But what I'm saying is what's before you is what's in the case description. In terms of any objections you have to the overall residence or the design, and I understand that's in the packet, and I'm guessing that's based on thoroughness from the planner, but what's before you is the driveway and the earthen structure.
Right.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of Planner Grotzek?
Sure.
Chris, can you give us examples of other 10-foot retaining walls for a driveway in the area?
This is one of my first projects in a while up in the Incline Crystal Bay area. So I don't know of any, but I have.
Would you want to defer to Mr. Lloyd?
What?
Would you want to defer to Mr. Lloyd, who has greater oversight over the area?
Yeah, Mr. Stanley, please. Please. Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Can you give us an example, please, of another occasion in the area where a 10-foot retaining wall was okayed for a driveway?
Not off the top of my head, I can't. I know that I could find similar examples. Now, what you're dealing with up in Incline is, as Chair Hill mentioned, is that you're dealing with a situation of incredibly steep slopes. I know it's not the only one. There's a number of very constrained properties that are developed throughout the Incline Village, Crystal Bay areas. This is not unique. This development is certainly not unique. You drive up and down Lakeshore Boulevard and State Route 28, and you can find examples that are similar. I cannot point to a specific, off the top of my head, 10-foot wall. I know that there's other examples, elsewhere in the county of walls that exceed that amount, and that's pretty common when you're trying to develop, steeply sloped properties.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I guess just for my own edification here, when we're addressed with site suitability, what we're really looking at is this site suitable for a driveway? Is really what we're looking at today. But then the second part of the question is this site suitable for a driveway? And if it was, would there be a need to ask for an SUP? Because if it was suitable for a driveway, you wouldn't need an SUP. If it's not suitable for a driveway, you have to ask for an SUP. So.
Yeah, but like Mr. Larch said, it's site suitability is just based on zoning. So with that, it's suitable. But I think consistency, and they have to vary the regulations for many regulations to allow for the 4.5 foot retaining wall and the 10-foot high proposed retaining wall. I think that is inconsistent with the code. And therefore, I think consistency is the better finding that isn't being able to be made. I don't know.
Madam Chairman, to speak to Mr. Thomas's question in regard to site suitability, what the code presumes is that if something is, and Trevor, step in here if I'm wrong, but what the code presumes is that if it is zoned for medium density suburban, that it is appropriate for a residence. That's what it is presumed.
That's correct. Yeah.
We don't want unbuildable areas in Washoe County that are zoned MDS. If they were unbuildable, then they would be zoned something else. Therefore, in terms of the site suitability, is it suitable for a driveway at this residence?
Mr. Large,
is because
this is Brett Stanley.
There's certain.
Didn't you also say it was up to our interpretation about site suitability for the driveway?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
So, but what you have to presume is that these would be accompanying with under the development code. So, but because you're asking to vary the standards in terms of the 3-to-1 slope ratio and to build the earthen structure, those are what is the site suitable for that.
Right. And can I also add on, Madam Chair, I know you had a concern about the second finding, which is that of consistency. And really what we're looking at is it consistent with the goals and policies of the master plan, specifically of the Tahoe area plan? That's what we look at when we're looking at that finding. Are there any policies that this clearly is in contravention with? So, or any specific, language that we can point to. And that's why it specifically calls out the master plan in that finding.
Madam Chair, I guess, and here I am now going to argue against my other argument, that if you have to have an SUP, then it's not site suitable, then it's not site suitable. But then that would apply to anything and everything that comes before us after that. If we went down that path, the only thing, we should not hear any SUPs because the land wouldn't be suitable for it. So I'm arguing against my earlier argument. I mean, I can see it both ways, that, if we say that it's not suitable because you have to ask for an SUP, then if that's the case, then everything in the future that would come forward with an SUP for grading, we'd say, well, the land's not suitable for it. Is that kind of a double entendre or argument there, Mr. Large or Mr. Lloyd, that I'm arguing?
That's what, take it to the logical extreme, that's exactly what would happen.
All right, I'm arguing both sides against me, so.
I would recommend.
Yeah, it says in the finding that the site is physically suitable. It doesn't say anything about zoning or the plan or, what people want. It says the site is physically suitable for a single family dwelling and for the intensity of such development. This site is like on a cliff on the lake. So is it physically suitable for a, I don't know.
Well, but Mr. Large,
5,000 square foot.
Mr. Large made it clear earlier, and I agree, we're not here talking about the house. That's not what.
Yeah, but they couldn't build the house if we didn't give them the SUP.
Madam Chairperson, I would recommend hearing from the applicant.
Yeah. Okay, is an applicant available? Adrian? T-Slough? Or Gary Hill?
I'm here. I'm Gary. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I also have a representative here, Gary Midkiff, and I would like him to take it from here, but I want to make a couple clarifications. I at the CAB meeting, that lady did say that the structure was 100 feet, but in reality, it's closer to 65 feet, and that is how TRPA calculates it.
I know how they do it.
They give you a three-tier thing. But secondly, this project's approved by TRPA, the structure itself, and they required that the roof be lower than Highway 28 so that when you drove by, Your view's not impeded. You can see Lake Tahoe. So they, by doing that, they gave us the elevation of the garage floor. So it doesn't matter how big the house is. I mean, the garage floor is set at a certain elevation, and you can only have a 12% slope going up to Highway 28. That's your maximum, and that's what we have. So to just the garage, forget about the structure for a minute. This is the road that we need to have. I mean, for a short period of time there, we've got to get in the front setback. We've got to build it just exactly the way we're asking for. And you're right, the SUP is the vehicle to allow us to go cut these 30% slopes. But so anyway, I will turn this over to Gary Midkiff, who can answer questions better than I. But I just wanted to make those clarifications.
Okay. Gary Midkiff, are you on? I don't see him shown in the participants.
Well, then I'll handle all the questions. If anybody's got them.
Adrian Tislo, the engineer, is on.
I see him as an attendee. He needs to be upgraded.
If Adrian's there, let's for sure pull Adrian in. We need to have him talk. He's our civil engineer.
Yeah.
If you upgrade him or whatever you do. This
recording secretary. That's recording
he's
secretary.
He's already there. He's already been.
He needs to unmute.
He's a panelist.
Okay.
There he is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. This is Adrian Tislo with Tislo Engineering.
Hi, Adrian.
Yeah, I can speak to the driveway design, and I can't really speak to the house design, but as far as
can you speak to the conversations you've been having with the fire department?
Yeah, we are working on also the property next door. We've been working on that one for years, which has similar site constraints. And fire department, they have asked for a hydrant up at the highway. So we are planning to add that. The hydronic heating, they've requested that, and we're trying to get through NDOT to make sure that they're on board with approving the hydronic heating in the driveway on their portion in the right of way.
How about a turnaround?
Yeah, turnaround. There's, the front face of the garage is 50 feet from the edge of shoulder of the highway. So there's a turnaround access for emergency vehicle in front of the garage, not their large fire engine, but with the proposed hydrant at the turnout along the highway, they seem to be good enough if they can hook up there and run hose down the driveway. So.
Okay, so you're going to be able to have conforming water supply?
Yeah, that question.
If you have to buy water rights?
I don't know about the water rights. There is domestic water along the highway. We have, I don't know. Gary might have more information on as far as water rights, but as far as I know, it's within IVGID's service district. So.
I don't think we need any water rights, but we've got plenty of water up there, and we're going to install a fire hydrant right at the entry, and that's where the fire truck can pull into and like Adrian said, run the hose down to the house in the event of emergency. Plus, it's fully sprinkled and fire alarmed anyway. So.
And are you using the WUI code materials?
Pardon me?
Are you conforming to the WUI code, the Wild Interface Urban Interface Fire Code, where all the materials have to be fireproof?
You know, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not
What?
sure. I'm not sure. This is the first I've heard about it myself, but I guess that's why I hire a bunch of consultants.
Madam Chair, if I may, yeah, this is going to be, well, keep in mind that any structural permitting is going to need to get approval through the North Truckee Fire Protection District. And clearly they're going to be looking at fire retardant materials with the building, the structure. But that's not what we're looking at with this item before us today.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. It's just the water and the fire is an important, if they don't have access, you know, it's an important issue. It's not suitable. So,
Madam
Chair. Are there any other?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
These are kind of basic questions, and forgive me if I've missed them earlier, but roughly how many cubic feet of material are going to have to be moved or removed for this driveway? And secondly, are there any trees or what sort of vegetation is being moved or removed?
Well, I have read the TRPA conditional permit, and I think they have to, well, maybe Gary Midkiff could answer that question.
I was hoping so.
Yes, I've been trying to unmute my system. Now, if I could figure out how to share my screen, I can give you a lot of information. But to start, the driveway is designed to meet the county code with the special use permit. You've asked a lot of questions about the house, but that's not really the issue today, I don't think. But it's designed to meet the WUI code. The house is not an issue at this point with the fire district. They know that's going to be sprinklered. It will have a hydrant at the end of the driveway. The driveway, if the NDOT will permit it, will be heated. And the house is designed with a garage with a turntable in the garage so that a ambulance could go in, turn around, and drive out so they're not backing out. The fire district indicated they're okay with that access. There is room, the driveway at the mouth at the street is 42 feet wide to allow turning movements to go either east or west. And there's room there for a fire district or engine to stage if necessary. So it's designed to be as compliant with the fire district and all the other requirements as is necessary to meet the code.
Okay. So just so you know, Gary Midkiff is the consultant for the project. If you have any other questions for him, Brad or Clay?
Thank you, Madam Chair, I do.
Okay.
I was asking earlier, and forgive me if I missed it, but how many cubic feet or yards are being moved for the driveway? And are there any trees or what sort of vegetation is being removed for the driveway?
The driveway is not going to require any movement of trees or major vegetation. With the retaining wall and the structure, if you look at the drawings in your packet, the house will be screened from the lake.
As you mentioned, sir, the house is not an issue. So I was asking about the vegetation and the amount of land or dirt moved for the driveway. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what. Say again.
yeah, the comms are kind of rough, but
we have, if I could chime in. Oh.
I was asking about the amount of dirt to be moved.
Oh, okay.
Just for the driveway, which, as you rightly point out, is the issue.
That's in your staff packet, but it's about 300 cubic yards combined cut and fill for the driveway in the setback.
Thank you.
If I can chime in to answer the question he was asking too about the landscaping, there will be landscaping all along that wall to hide it, and then also the berm will be there to hide it. And on the highway side, it only sticks up above natural grade, maybe a foot, so you don't even see it, and you can't see the other side from the highway because it's on the far side, and so it's not a visual issue really at all. It's just a support issue.
Thank you.
And I did mention they do have a TRPA conditional permit, and one of the conditions is they don't remove any of the native shrubs in the area. They have to retain the native vegetation on slope as much as possible. Is that true, Gary?
Yes, that's true. And there was going to be extensive planning on the downhill side of the driveway retaining wall to help stabilize that area. The driveway, as Gary Hill mentioned, is going to meet the maximum slope grade of 12%, but it has to cross the fill slope within the setback from the highway. The fill slope is over 3-to-1, and the work to mechanical fill that is mentioned in Chris's staff report is necessary to match the existing grade of the fill slope from the highway to meet NDOT's requirements, and they're going to continue that across the setback to the parking deck, which is elevated.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed in the TRPA conditional permit, to answer Brad Stanley's question, 6 trees are authorized to be removed as part of the TRPA approval. So, and there's going to be a lot of screening required to satisfy the scenic impact, to mitigate, offset the scenic impact of this residence as viewed from the lake. So they have to put up a security, and it's quite a process to comply with that.
Well, we also have a conditional NDOT permit that requires a number of specific measures to meet the state standards for the driveway.
So Gary, at that CAB meeting, you mentioned that they might only be able to turn right out of the driveway, but now you're saying that there are going to be enough paving in the right of way to manage a left-hand turn onto the highway?
Yes, the flare at the highway is adequate now to provide for a turn either way.
Okay, great. Okay, are there any more questions for the applicant? Is there any, Madam Secretary, public comment on this item?
I don't see any public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Do you guys want to discuss this any further? Brad?
Madam
You
Chair, I believe we've discussed it quite a lot and understanding what our latitudes are and what the issues are. At least from my standpoint, everybody's been very kind in educating me around that.
Can't really hear you, but Clay, do you have any comments or?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what this also boils down to, or one of the factors is without a driveway, then you have no residence. So the question becomes is in the past, I know we've taken into account, we've had SUPs and we've made, driveways over the 30% grades and all that. I go back and forth with it. I'm not really happy with a 10-foot wall, especially I believe that the road is going to go north-south, more or less in north-south direction. If there's trees, you're going to have, especially in the wet season, there's probably going to be ice or snow on that unless they're going to mitigate that in some manner. But that's kind of where I'm at this moment. But thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I have concerns about these large houses being constructed in Crystal Bay. They usually involve cranes on the highway for construction materials. And that ends up creating a traffic issue with, people out there flagging in one-way direction of traffic for seasons. And for years, there's been, I think there's been several homes where the crane has been out there for years, and it's quite an impact on the community. So, and a public health and safety issue. So anyway, are we ready to entertain a motion? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Again, for communications reasons, and I would hate to drop off halfway through, perhaps we could get Mr. Thomas to do that, and we can vote and let the big kids decide.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stanley, to
pass the buck.
You're welcome, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, I will make a motion. Let me go back up here to where I want to be. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, let me see what I can come up with here. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0020 for the Aqua Verde Investment Group LLC, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code section 110.810.30, that being consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effects on a military installation.
Okay, do we have a second? Doesn't look like we have a second on the motion.
That would mean the motion fails, and I guess, Madam Chair, it would be up to another motion to be made. Thank you.
Okay, the motion fails. Do we have another motion? Mr. Stanley?
Ms. Chair, I'm going to plead again the problem with the communication, so please take it.
Okay, I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments deny with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0020 for Aqua Verde Investment Group LLC, not being able to make the 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code section 110.810.30. Do I have to be specific on what findings I don't find? Consistency because of the variances of the code and site suitability. It doesn't seem physically suitable for a single-family dwelling. I think the issuance would be detrimental to the public health and safety of the area. So that's my motion.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Madam Secretary, before we do that, I don't want to step in for Mr. Large, but I would probably strike the part about not suitable for a house, because that is not what we're here today on.
Okay. For consistency and issuance not detrimental. I can't make those findings. All in favor?
You need a second on that one. We have a second motion on the floor. Mr. Stanley, do you second that?
Yes, I will second that motion, the revised motion.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Mr. Stanley, do you vote aye?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Taking of the property.
Aye.
You're muted.
Thomas, you're muted.
Good. I'm glad I was. Since I already made a motion and I was in favor, a motion to support it, then I would have to still go that way and I would have to vote nay on that.
Okay, well, motion carries to deny. Mr. Trevor Lloyd, could you please read the appeal procedure?
It will be my pleasure. Most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is reduced to writing, filed with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-3600 for information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is chair and board items. Future agenda items. Do we have anything there, Mr. Lloyd?
Just wanted to give the board a heads up that we're looking at a training with the Board of Adjustment, probably in January or early February. We are having a planning commission training next week, and if you're interested, I can send you information on that training as well. But just be aware that that training is coming.
Okay, is that going to be on our agenda?
We will, yeah, we'll send you an agenda, so you'll have, I'll get a hold of all of you to find out your availability before we schedule this training.
Okay, great. Okay, is that all for future agenda items? Okay, next, 10B, request for information from staff. I think we all just want to know when our vacant seat is going to be filled. Any headlines?
Yes, have some news to report on that as well. The county commission is scheduled to fill that vacancy on the 8th. That's this coming Tuesday.
Oh, great.
Great news.
Time.
Madam Chair, also on that item B, and I've touched bases with Mr. Lloyd on this, but maybe in the future, not so much a request from staff, but maybe we can entertain the idea of consent agenda items. I think today we had about 4. I think Arrow Creek and one of the replacement towers in the garage and the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection House probably could have been kind of consent items, could have moved this along maybe a little bit quicker. But anyway, just something to think about and maybe discuss in the future. And I know I've talked to Mr. Lloyd about that. He seems to, I don't want to speak for him, but kind of in favor of maybe something like that. So, thank you.
Good idea. Okay, any other requests for information from staff?
Madam
Okay,
Chair?
next item.
Is this
Pardon
the
me?
place where we typically ask what the BCC has done with our rulings?
Has the county commissioners done anything our denials of projects?
Yes, have something to report there as well. The County Commission on November 17th, they overturned the BOA's variance. That was WPVAR 200004. That was for the merit variance in Spanish Springs, if you remember that item.
Which one was that again?
That was the front yard setback, or I'm sorry, the rear yard setback request for that the garage, for Jennifer and Jamie Merritt that was heard September, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one that backed up against the drainage area?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have.
Nothing from legal.
Okay, legal information and updates.
Nothing.
Nothing? General public comment. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment.
Yay, I order us adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.